I still remember the crisp bite of the October air that day, even though it's been years now. I was 23, freshly graduated from college, and working my first real job as a freelance nature photographer. Sounds glamorous, right? In reality, it mostly meant hauling heavy gear through dense woods, hoping to catch a rare bird or a perfect sunrise, all while battling mosquitoes and the nagging voice in my head wondering if I'd made a mistake skipping a safer career path. My assignment that week was for a regional tourism board, capture the autumn beauty of the old Blackwood Forest trails. It's a vast, sprawling place, known for its ancient pines and a network of winding paths that can get pretty remote pretty fast. I'd grown up hiking in similar areas, so I wasn't exactly a novice, but Blackwood had a different feel to it. Older, quieter, sometimes almost too quiet. I'd planned my trip meticulously, got my camera bags packed, lenses cleaned, batteries charged, and enough trail mix to feed a small army. My biggest mistake, looking back, was probably deciding to go solo on that particular stretch of trail. It was a Tuesday, midweek, and deep enough into the season that most casual hikers had packed it in. I figured the solitude would be a blessing, allowing me to focus on my shots without interruption. Less people, less noise, more pristine nature. That's what I told myself anyway. What I didn't account for was the profound, suffocating silence that can settle when you're truly, completely alone. I drove my beat-up Subaru out to the furthest trailhead, the one that branched off into the lesser-used northern loop. It was late afternoon when I started, maybe 3 o'clock. My plan was to hike a few miles in, find a good spot to set up my tent for the night, and then be ready to catch the sunrise light hitting the forest canopy the next morning. The sun was already starting its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples through the gaps in the trees. It was beautiful, exactly what I'd come for. The path was narrow, just a faint track through fallen leaves and pine needles. The air grew colder as I went deeper, the light dimming under the thick canopy. I hiked for about an hour, the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the forest floor the only sound. No birdsong, no rustling leaves from unseen creatures, just nothing. It was the kind of silence that presses in on your ears, making you acutely aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a quiet day. Maybe the animals were hunkering down early. But even then, a little knot of unease began to form in my stomach. I found a decent clearing near a small, frozen stream tucked away from the main path. It was perfect for a campsite, flat ground, good tree cover, and a clear view to the east for the morning light. I dropped my heavy pack, stretched out my aching shoulders, and pulled out my tent. The light was fading fast now, the last rays struggling to pierce the gloom. As I wrestled with the tent poles, fumbling with the clips in the growing darkness, I remember glancing up at the trees, just checking my surroundings, a habit from years of hiking. And that's when it happened. I saw my shadow, long and distorted in the weak, diffused light filtering through the western trees. It stretched out ahead of me, a dark, elongated smear on the forest floor, mimicking my movements as I leaned over. But then, as I straightened up, adjusting a tent pole, I noticed something. My shadow seemed to lag, just for a fraction of a second, like an echo that was a beat too slow. It wasn't a huge delay, barely perceptible, but it was there. A tiny, impossible stutter in the natural order of things, a flicker of something deeply, unsettlingly wrong in the silent, darkening woods. My breath hitched a small, involuntary gasp that sounded incredibly loud in the enveloping quiet. I froze, holding the tent pole midair, my eyes locked on the ground. The shadow. It was there, solid and dark, a perfect mirror of my current stance, stretched long across the fallen leaves. I blinked, then slowly, deliberately lowered the pole, hunching slightly. My shadow mimicked the movement instantly, perfectly. Then I straightened slowly, raising my hands slightly, palms open. The shadow moved with me without a trace of delay. "Just tired," I muttered, the words feeling thin and fragile against the vastness of the forest. Imagination playing tricks in the low light. It had to be. My eyes were probably strained, my mind tired from the long drive and the hike. The light was tricky too, filtering through a dense canopy that twisted everything into strange shapes. That was it. A trick of the light, a flicker in my peripheral vision, a momentary lapse in my own tired perception. I took a deep, shaky breath, pushing the unsettling thought away. My heart was thumping a little harder than it should have been, though. I forced myself to focus on the task at hand. The tent wasn't going to set itself up. I wrestled with the poles, clicking them into place, stretching the fabric taut. The air was growing noticeably colder, and a shiver traced its way down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I kept glancing up, scanning the deepening gloom, telling myself I was just being vigilant, checking for deer or other wildlife. But a part of me was searching for something else, something I couldn't name. As I secured the last peg, the forest around me had dissolved into a tapestry of grays and indistinct shadows. The sky above was a bruised purple, and the first stars, faint pinpricks, were beginning to emerge. I crawled inside the tent, relieved to be enclosed, to have a thin barrier between myself and the encroaching night. I unrolled my sleeping bag, pulled out my headlamp, and then, remembering my camera, carefully extracted one of the bodies and a telephoto lens, placing them inside a waterproof, dry bag right next to my sleeping bag. Tomorrow's sunrise shots were paramount. I fumbled with my stove, the small hiss of the gas burner a welcome sound that broke the oppressive silence. I heated some water for a dehydrated meal, chicken and rice, bland but filling. While it rehydrated, I took out my phone. No signal, of course, not surprising, but still a little disheartening. I'd told my roommate, Sarah, that I'd be off-grid for a few days, but knowing there was no way to reach anyone amplified the feeling of isolation. I checked the weather forecast I'd downloaded earlier. Clear skies tonight, possibility of a light frost, then sunny tomorrow. Good for photos. Eating in the soft glow of my headlamp, the warmth of the food slowly seeping into me, I tried to reclaim a sense of normalcy. I thought about the photos I wanted to get, visualizing the perfect composition, the way the light would hit the ancient pines. It was my usual mental escape, a way to focus on the beauty of my work and push aside any creeping anxieties. But tonight, it wasn't working as well. The image of that flickering shadow kept intruding, a nagging whisper in the back of my mind. Finished with my meal, I meticulously packed away my cooking gear, wiping everything clean. I always left a pristine campsite, leaving no trace. It was a rule I lived by, a sign of respect for the wild places I love. Before settling in for the night, I stepped out of the tent for one last look around, and to relieve myself behind a thick cluster of hemlocks. The cold air was sharp against my face, invigorating and a little shocking. The stars were brilliant now, a vast, glittering expanse framed by the dark silhouettes of the trees. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but also overwhelmingly immense. That's when I heard it. A sound, faint and indistinct from deep within the woods. Not a rustle, not an animal call. It was rhythmic, a soft, almost imperceptible thump-thump, like a very distant, muffled drum, or perhaps the steady beat of a heart. My own heart, I realized with a jolt, had started to pound in my chest, mimicking the sound. I strained my ears, holding my breath. The thump-thump continued, elusive, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't loud enough to define its direction, just a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to travel through the ground itself rather than the air. I stood there for a long moment, unmoving, my head tilted, trying to pinpoint it. The cold seeped into my bones. The sound was so faint, I almost convinced myself it was just the wind or the distant rumble of a truck on some unseen highway. But there was no wind, and this part of Blackwood was miles from any major road. It was too regular, too deep to be natural. Then, just as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence rushed back in, thicker and heavier than before, filling the void left by the disappearing sound. I felt a prickle of goosebumps spread across my arms. This wasn't just a quiet forest. This was a forest holding its breath. I hurried back into the tent, fumbling with the zipper, pulling it shut with a decisive hiss. I burrowed into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin. The air inside the tent felt instantly warmer, safer. I clicked off my headlamp, plunging the tent into absolute darkness. My eyes, accustomed to the dim light outside, struggled to adjust. Every rustle of leaves, every distant creak of a branch, sounded magnified, sinister. I lay there, rigid, listening. The thump-thump didn't return. But now other sounds, the normal sounds of a forest at night, seemed imbued with a new, unsettling quality. The chirping of crickets, usually a soothing lullaby, now sounded frantic, like tiny alarm bells. The hoot of an owl, usually majestic, now seemed like a mournful cry, a warning. My mind raced. What was that sound? A person, someone else out here. But why would they be making such a strange, rhythmic noise and then stop? A person would have a flashlight, would be talking, would be making more distinct sounds. This was different. This was deliberate, yet evasive. Sleep was a long time coming. I tossed and turned, my imagination running wild, filling the darkness with distorted images. The lagging shadow, the muffled beat, the profound, unnatural silence. I kept telling myself to be rational. There was a logical explanation for everything. There had to be. Eventually, exhaustion won, pulling me into a fitful, dream-haunted sleep. I woke with a start, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was still dark, but I could sense a faint lightening of the sky through the tent fabric. The pre-dawn chill had intensified, biting through my sleeping bag. I checked my watch, 4:30 a.m. My alarm was set for 5:00 a.m., but something had woken me. I lay utterly still, straining my ears. The world outside was perfectly quiet, a deep, resonant quiet that felt different from the oppressive silence of the night before. This was the quiet of expectation, of a forest holding its breath for the sunrise. But there was something else. A faint, earthy smell, distinct from the usual pine and damp earth, permeated the air. It was a smell I couldn't quite place, vaguely metallic, but also sweet, like decaying vegetation or something vaguely fungal. I decided to get up early, hoping the activity of breaking camp and preparing for the morning shoot would chase away the lingering unease. I needed to move, to do something tangible. I switched on my headlamp, its beam cutting a stark circle through the tent's interior. I dressed quickly in layers, then packed my sleeping bag and pad. As I was zipping up my backpack, I glanced at the tent floor. And that's when I saw it. On the footprint of the tent, right where my head had been, was a small, dark stain. It was irregular in shape, about the size of a quarter, and seemed to have soaked into the fabric. My first thought was that I had spilled something during the night, but I hadn't eaten anything in the tent, and my water bottle was sealed. I leaned closer, examining it under the headlamp's beam. The stain was dark, almost black, and had a slightly viscous quality. It didn't look like mud. And then the faint, metallic sweet smell I'd noticed earlier was stronger here, emanating from the stain itself. My stomach clenched. This was not normal. This was not a trick of the light or a tired imagination. This was tangible, real. I touched it hesitantly with a gloved finger. It felt slightly sticky, like old sap, but the color was all wrong. It was too dark. It felt organic. A wave of cold dread washed over me. What was this? Where had it come from? Had it been there last night? I didn't remember seeing it. I would have. I was meticulous about my gear. The thought that something had been in my tent, on my tent, while I was sleeping, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I tore open the tent zipper, almost scrambling out. I needed air. I needed to see. The first pale streaks of dawn were appearing on the eastern horizon, painting the sky in soft grays and purples. I quickly dismantled the tent, shaking out the fabric, my eyes darting over every surface. There were no other stains, no rips, no signs of entry. The ground around where the tent had been was undisturbed. But the stain was real, and it was on the inside of the tent's floor, which meant whatever caused it had been inside. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my composure. I folded the tent, stuffing it into its bag with trembling hands, my mind racing. I wanted to pack up everything right now and get out of here, but I had an assignment, and my camera gear was still laid out for the sunrise shoot. Besides, what was I going to tell the tourism board? I saw a weird shadow and found a mysterious stain, so I bylayed. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. I took a deep breath, trying to force myself to think logically. Okay, a stain. It could be anything. A beetle had somehow gotten in and left some residue. A drop of sap from a tree branch that had fallen on the tent after I set it up. No, it was inside. Despite my rising anxiety, I couldn't shake the photographer's instinct. The sky was turning brilliant hues of orange and gold. The light was perfect. This was what I had come for. This was my job. I had to focus. I set up my tripod quickly, mounting my camera. I adjusted the settings, checked the light, and started shooting, trying to lose myself in the familiar rhythm of my work. The forest, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of dawn, was breathtaking. The ancient pines stood sentinel, their needles catching the golden light, creating a mosaic of color and shadow. The frozen stream glittered like a ribbon of diamonds. It was beautiful, truly, breathtakingly beautiful. But even as I composed my shots, my eyes kept darting to the periphery, scanning the tree line, searching for something. The beauty felt fragile, overlaid with an unspoken threat. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept turning, expecting to see something, someone watching me. I worked for about an hour, moving around the clearing, capturing different angles, different light. The sun was fully up now, its warmth a comforting presence on my skin. The forest began to wake up, the chirping of birds returning, a squirrel chattering angrily from a nearby oak. The sounds, once unsettling, now felt like a balm, a sign of normalcy. Perhaps the night's strangeness had been an anomaly. Perhaps the daylight would chase it all away. As the light became harsher, the magic of the golden hour faded. I packed up my camera gear, feeling a slight sense of relief. I had gotten the shots. Now I could hike out. I decided to take a different path than the one I'd come in on, a more direct route I'd noted on my map, even if it meant a steeper climb. I wanted to get back to my car, to civilization, as quickly as possible. Before I started hiking, I performed one last check of the campsite, making sure I hadn't left anything behind. As I scanned the ground, my eyes fell on something peculiar. Near the base of one of the massive, ancient pines that bordered my clearing, a pine that had been directly behind my tent, there was a series of faint indentations in the soft earth. They were subtle, almost imperceptible against the carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves, but they were there. 3 distinct marks, arranged in a rough triangle. Each mark was about 3 or 4 inches long, narrow, and slightly curved like claws, and they were deep, pressed firmly into the soil. My blood ran cold. These weren't animal tracks I recognized. A bear would leave large, distinct paw prints. A deer, small cloven hooves. These were different. Too narrow, too precise, too regularly spaced to be a random arrangement of fallen debris. And they were directly behind where my tent had been, right where the head of my sleeping bag had been. It suddenly clicked, the rhythmic thump-thump from last night, the metallic sweet smell, the stain in my tent, and now these marks. Something had been there, right behind my head, watching me, or worse. A primal fear, cold and sharp, shot through me. I didn't think, I didn't rationalize, I just reacted. I slung my heavy backpack onto my shoulders, grabbed my hiking poles, and started walking. No, not walking. I started moving fast, a frantic, hurried pace that was a step short of a full run. I needed to get out of there. Now. I chose the new path, hoping it would be faster. It was less maintained, narrower and steeper, as I'd expected. The path wound its way through a dense thicket of spruce and fir, the air growing colder and darker under the thick canopy. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, making the forest floor a mosaic of shifting shadows. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept looking over my shoulder, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I hiked for what felt like an eternity, pushing myself to the limit. My shoulders ached under the weight of my pack, my legs burned, but I couldn't stop. The image of those claw marks, the memory of that strange stain, drove me onward. I tried to focus on the trail, on putting one foot in front of the other, but my mind was a whirlwind of terrifying possibilities. What was it? An animal, a strange, unknown predator, or something else? The silence, which I had initially dismissed, now felt utterly menacing, a deliberate vacuum. I checked my map, trying to orient myself. I'd made good progress, but the trail seemed to be looping more than I remembered, or perhaps I was just disoriented by fear. The trees here were older, more gnarled, their branches heavy with moss. The path was barely discernible, often fading into a carpet of decaying leaves, forcing me to slow down and search for the faint track. And then I saw it again. Another set of marks, not clear like the ones at the campsite, but subtle, pressed into a patch of softer, damper earth near the base of a particularly enormous hemlock. 3 narrow, slightly curved indentations, arranged in the same triangular pattern. Fainter this time, as if the thing that made them was moving lighter, or perhaps had paused briefly. My breath hitched. It wasn't just at the campsite. It was here, on the trail. It had followed me, or it was ahead of me. My mind screamed. This was no coincidence. This was not an animal, not a trick of the light. Something was out here, and it was aware of me. The thought was paralyzing, chilling me to the bone. I tried to speed up, but the terrain made it difficult. The path grew steeper, winding up a rocky incline. My lungs burned with the effort, my legs protested, but I pushed harder. I had to get away. As I scrambled up a particularly steep section, my foot slipped on a patch of loose gravel. I stumbled, twisting my ankle with a sharp cry of pain. I went down hard, my backpack cushioning my fall somewhat, but my ankle throbbed instantly, a searing pain radiating through my foot. I lay there for a moment, winded, pain throbbing, the cold dread turning into full-blown terror. I tried to push myself up, but a sharp stab of pain from my ankle made me cry out again. I carefully tested it. It wasn't broken, I didn't think, but it was definitely sprained, swelling rapidly. Standing was agony. Walking was almost impossible. I was stranded, miles from my car, deep in a remote forest, with a sprained ankle, and something was out there tracking me. I pulled out my phone again, a desperate, futile gesture. Still no signal. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I felt tears welling up, hot and stinging, but I angrily blinked them back. Crying wouldn't help, panic wouldn't help, I needed to think. I looked around. The forest was silent again, but this silence felt different. It was waiting, watching. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, to twist into menacing shapes. The sunlight, once a source of comfort, now seemed to expose my vulnerability even more starkly. I tried to stand again, gritting my teeth against the pain. I could put some weight on it, but every step sent a jolt of agony through me. My progress would be painfully slow, and I was now severely compromised. I had to find a place to hunker down, to hide. Maybe I could make it to a clearing or a more open area where I wouldn't feel so enclosed and vulnerable. I looked at my map again. There was a small, rocky outcrop marked a few hundred yards further up this trail. It wasn't much, but it might offer a better vantage point, or at least a more defensible position than being stuck on the narrow path. With gritted teeth, I started to hobble, using my hiking poles as crutches. Each step was a battle against the pain, against the fear that clawed at my throat. The heavy backpack felt like a dead weight, dragging me down. I moved slowly, painstakingly, my eyes darting frantically into the dense undergrowth on either side of the trail. The rocky outcrop eventually came into view, a jagged pile of gray boulders rising above the surrounding trees. It wasn't a cave or a shelter, but it was higher ground. I scrambled up the rocks, wincing with every movement of my ankle, until I found a relatively flat, sheltered spot between two large boulders, overlooking the path I had just taken. I dropped my pack with a grunt, slumping against the cold rock. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my entire body trembling with exertion and fear. I pulled out my small first aid kit, wrapped my ankle tightly, and took some ibuprofen. The pain was still intense, but the compression helped somewhat. Now what? I was stuck. It was mid-morning, probably around 10:00 a.m. I had food, water, and my emergency blanket, but I was vulnerable, and whatever was out there, it knew I was here. I pulled out my camera, the one with the telephoto lens, and without even thinking, raised it, scanning the tree line below, the path I'd just come from. It was an instinct, a photographer's habit, but also a desperate attempt to find something, anything, to make sense of this nightmare. The lens, designed to bring distant objects into sharp focus, was my only real tool for observation in this terrifying situation. I swept the lens across the dense forest, zooming in on shadows, on clusters of trees, on anything that seemed even slightly out of place. Nothing, just the endless, silent woods. Then, as I slowly panned across a particularly dark and tangled section of spruce, something caught my eye. A flicker, a movement that was almost too fast to register, deep within the shadows. I stopped, reversed, and focused. There, between the trunks of two ancient, moss-covered spruces, almost perfectly camouflaged, was a shape. It was dark, indistinct, but definitely there. Not an animal, not a tree stump. It was tall, too tall, and impossibly thin, almost skeletal. It seemed to be observing me, even from that distance. Or rather, it was observing the rocky outcrop, observing the place where I had disappeared from the trail. My hands began to tremble so violently that the camera shook, making it impossible to hold the image steady. I forced myself to take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to control the shaking, trying to focus. My eye was glued to the viewfinder, my heart hammering against my ribs. I zoomed in as far as the lens would allow. The image was grainy, distorted by the shadows and the sheer distance, but the shape became a little clearer. It was an elongated, dark form, impossibly gaunt. It seemed to be made of shadows itself, absorbing what little light filtered into its corner of the forest. I couldn't make out details, no face, no distinct limbs, just a pervasive, wavering darkness. But it was definitely there, and it was definitely not natural. As I watched, paralyzed by a terror so profound I couldn't even scream, the dark shape seemed to shift. Not move, not walk, but simply ripple like a distortion in the air. And then slowly, impossibly, it began to melt back into the deeper shadows, receding, becoming one with the darkness of the trees. It didn't turn, it didn't walk away, it simply dissipated. One moment it was there, a terrifying presence. The next, it was gone, leaving only the dense, silent forest in its wake. I lowered the camera, my hands numb, my entire body wrung out. My breath caught in my throat, a choked sob. I had seen it. I had seen something. And whatever it was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The lagging shadow, the muffled beat, the stain, the claw marks, they all coalesced into this one horrifying, unidentifiable entity. My rational mind, always my anchor, had completely abandoned me. There was no scientific explanation for what I had just witnessed. This was something ancient, something dark, something utterly alien to my understanding of the world. I was alone, stranded, and I was being hunted. The thought solidified in my mind, stark and terrifying. This wasn't a random encounter. This thing had known I was here. It had watched me, stalked me, perhaps even entered my tent. And now it knew I was injured, vulnerable, trapped on this rocky perch. I looked around my small, exposed refuge. The boulders offered some cover, but they were no fortress. I was high up, but also exposed. I had my hiking poles, a small knife in my pack, and a can of bear spray, which felt utterly inadequate against the shadow thing I had just seen. The sun continued its ascent, but its warmth did nothing to dispel the icy terror that gripped me. The forest, once a place of beauty and solace, had transformed into a labyrinth of menace. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig, now seemed to carry the weight of a looming threat. I huddled deeper into the shelter of the rocks, pulling my knees to my chest, my eyes scanning the tree line, trying to pierce the gloom, trying to see if that impossible shape would coalesce again from the shadows. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Minutes felt like hours. Hours felt like an eternity. The ibuprofen had dulled the sharper edges of my ankle pain, but it was still a dull throb, a constant reminder of my predicament. My throat was dry, my mouth tasted of dust and fear. I forced myself to drink some water from my hydration bladder, the cold liquid doing little to soothe my parched throat. I couldn't stay here forever, but I couldn't move. My ankles screamed in protest every time I even thought about shifting my weight, and the idea of descending back onto that trail, into the domain of that thing, was utterly terrifying. My gaze drifted to my camera, still clutched in my numb hand. I had taken photos. Had I caught it, had the camera captured what my eyes had seen, the thought gave me a flicker of desperate hope, a need for proof, for confirmation that I hadn't gone completely insane. With trembling fingers, I scrolled through the images I'd just taken. There were dozens of shots of the forest, the beautiful morning light, the ancient trees. Then I got to the sequence where I had zoomed in on that patch of spruce. I pressed the zoom button on the camera, enlarging the image on the small LCD screen. The first few shots showed only blurry shadows. Then one image, just one. It was grainy, yes, and indistinct, but undeniably, horrifyingly there. A darker smudge in the darkness, an absence of light that was somehow more palpable than any presence. The elongated, skeletal form was visible, a terrifying silhouette against the slightly lighter background of the distant tree trunks. It was undeniable. It was real. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. The camera hadn't lied. My eyes hadn't lied. This was really happening, and I had photographic proof. But what good was proof when I was stuck out here, alone, with a broken ankle, and it was out there? I looked up from the camera, my gaze sweeping the forest below. The sun was higher now, its rays piercing the canopy in more direct shafts of light. But even in the brighter light, the deeper parts of the forest remained cloaked in shadows, a realm of perpetual twilight. And somewhere in those shadows, that thing was lurking. I felt it, a cold, oppressive weight, a presence that pressed in on me from all sides. The silence returned, not the normal sounds of the forest, but that profound, suffocating quiet. No birdsong, no squirrel chatter, nothing. It was as if the entire forest had gone still, collectively holding its breath, waiting for whatever was about to happen. My eyes narrowed, scanning every nook and cranny, every gap in the trees. I had to assume it was still there, watching. It was playing with me. It wanted me to panic, to make a mistake, to try and run. I couldn't. I would wait, I would conserve my energy. I would try to think. I had to find a way out of here, and I had to stay alive. The hours dragged on. The sun slowly moved across the sky, its angle shifting, casting new and longer shadows. My ankle ached, a dull, persistent throb. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but the thought of eating made me feel sick. My mind was a blur of fear and desperate calculations. I kept the camera close, my hand resting on its cool, metallic body, a strange comfort in its tangible reality. I stared at the grainy image of the shadow thing, trying to imprint its terrifying form into my memory, trying to understand what I was up against. But it remained an enigma, a shape of pure dread. As the afternoon wore on, a new, subtle change began to permeate the air. The metallic sweet smell I'd noticed in the tent returned, faintly at first, then growing stronger. It was coming from below, from the direction of the trail, from the deeper parts of the forest. It was a cloying, sickly sweet aroma, mixed with something sharp and metallic, like old blood and decaying leaves. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was close. I peered over the edge of my rocky perch, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I scanned the trees below, trying to see through the increasingly dense shadows of the late afternoon. Nothing, but the smell was undeniable, and it was moving, slowly, deliberately, making its way up the trail, towards me. My breath hitched, it was coming, I was trapped. I scrambled backwards, wedging myself deeper into the gap between the boulders, making myself as small as possible. I pulled out my bear spray, fumbling with the safety catch, my finger hovering over the trigger. It felt like a child's toy against the unseen horror that was approaching. The silence was deafening now, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart in my ears. The air grew heavier, colder, permeated by that sickening smell. I could almost feel its presence, a prickling sensation on my skin, a cold breath on my neck. Then a sound, not the muffled thump-thump from last night, but a new sound. A soft, rustling scrape, like dry leaves being dragged across rough bark. It was coming from directly below my position, just at the base of the rocks. It was here. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, a wave of pure terror washing over me. This was it. I was going to die here, alone in Blackwood Forest, at the hands of some inexplicable shadow thing. But then a surge of defiant anger, of pure fight-or-flight instinct, jolted through me. I wouldn't go down without a fight. I wouldn't just sit here and wait. I opened my eyes, gripping the bear spray, and slowly, carefully, peered over the edge of the boulder. The base of the rock was shrouded in deep shadow. I could make out twisted roots, decaying leaves, dark patches of moss. But there, just at the edge of the shadow, was something else. A faint outline, a distortion in the air. It was difficult to perceive, almost invisible against the dark rock face, but it was moving. A long, slender appendage, dark as pitch, was slowly, deliberately tracing patterns on the rock. It wasn't a hand, it wasn't an animal's limb. It was a tendril or a tentacle. It was impossibly thin, yet seemed to shimmer with an inner darkness. As it moved, it left behind a faint, glistening trail, dark and viscous, like the stain in my tent, and the metallic sweet smell was overwhelming now, choking me. The appendage slowly snaked its way across the rock face, moving with an eerie, intelligent purpose. It seemed to be feeling its way, exploring, searching. And then it started to move upwards, slowly, inch by painstaking inch, towards my position. My blood ran cold. It was climbing. It was coming for me. I gripped the bear spray tighter, my finger pressed against the trigger. My mind screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the slow, inexorable ascent of that terrible, dark tendril. It was like something out of a nightmare, a horror made manifest. It was almost within reach now, just a few feet below me, its dark, shimmering surface catching the faint, diffused light from above. I could almost feel the cold, unnatural energy radiating from it. My heart hammered, my lungs burned. This was my last chance. I took a deep, shuddering breath, aimed the can of bear spray downwards, and with a guttural cry ripped from the depths of my terror, pressed the trigger. A powerful stream of orange-red mist erupted from the can, blasting downwards, engulfing the ascending tendril in a cloud of stinging, noxious chemicals. There was no scream, no roar, no sound of pain, but the tendril recoiled instantly, snapping back down the rock face with impossible speed, disappearing into the shadows below. The orange mist swirled for a moment, then began to dissipate, leaving behind a faint, acrid smell that mixed with the sickeningly sweet one. I collapsed against the rock, trembling violently, the empty can of bear spray still clutched in my hand. My breath came in ragged sobs. I had done something. I had fought back. The silence returned, but this time it was different. It was not just quiet, it was expectant. The oppressive presence was still there, but it seemed to have paused, as if whatever was down there was assessing, reorganizing, or perhaps it was injured. I peered over the edge again, my eyes wide and strained. The shadows at the base of the rocks were still and impenetrable. There was no sign of the tendril, no movement, no sound, but the sickening smell lingered, a testament to its recent presence. I had bought myself a few moments, maybe, but I hadn't defeated it. I had only enraged it, or perhaps simply surprised it. It would be back, and I still had a sprained ankle, nowhere to go, and nothing left to defend myself with. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky with fiery streaks of orange and purple, mirroring the brutal beauty of the previous evening. Darkness was coming again. And this time, I knew for certain what lurked within it. The last streaks of light bled from the sky, taking with them any illusion of safety. The vibrant oranges and purples that had captivated me just yesterday now felt like a cruel mockery, a reminder of a normalcy that was brutally ripped away. Blackwood Forest, once a sanctuary, was transforming into a crypt, and I was trapped inside. I huddled against the cold rock, my eyes straining to pierce the gloom that gathered quickly below. The acrid smell of the bear spray was fading, slowly being replaced by that cloying, metallic sweet aroma, a scent that now triggered an involuntary shudder deep within me. It wasn't just lingering in the air, it felt like it was seeping from the very ground, a pervasive, suffocating presence that was getting stronger, closer. My breathing was shallow, ragged. Every muscle in my body was tense, coiled tight, ready for a fight I couldn't possibly win. The empty bear spray can felt insignificant in my hand, a pathetic weapon against an impossible horror. My ankle throbbed with a dull, insistent ache, a constant physical reminder of my vulnerability. The silence that followed the bear spray attack was unnerving. It wasn't the natural quiet of the woods settling down for the night. It was a watchful, predatory silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. It was waiting. I tried to recall everything I knew about bears, about any predator. They circle, they test, they look for weaknesses, but this wasn't a bear. This was something else entirely. Something that defied logic and biology. Something that moved like a shadow and smelled of death. My gaze flickered to the camera still clutched in my other hand. The grainy image on the small screen, the elongated, skeletal form, was burned into my mind. Proof. But what good was proof when I was moments away from becoming a victim? A new thought, cold and sharp, pierced through my terror. What if the bear spray hadn't driven it away, but merely paused it? What if it was just annoyed? What if it was now more determined? The air around me grew colder, a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the fading sun. It felt like a localized pocket of unnatural cold, expanding from the base of the rocky outcrop, crawling up towards me. My teeth began to chatter, not from cold, but from sheer terror. Then a sound, not the scrape from before, not the distant thump-thump. This was different, a soft, almost liquid slither. It was faint, barely audible over the frantic pounding of my heart, but it was there. It seemed to come from directly below, from the deep shadows where the tendril had recoiled. My eyes darted to the edge of the boulder. I couldn't see anything, but the sound continued, slow and deliberate, moving as if something vast and heavy was dragging itself across the uneven ground. It was circling. I knew it. It was moving around the base of the outcrop, testing the perimeter of my fragile refuge. I pulled out my small multi-tool from my pocket, fumbling with the tiny blade. It was ludicrous, a pocket knife against a shadow demon, but it was something. It was an act of defiance, a refusal to surrender completely. The slithering sound stopped, and the silence pressed in again, heavier than ever. My imagination, fueled by fear, began to conjure images of the thing, its impossibly gaunt form emerging from the darkness, its tendrils snaking up the rocks, reaching for me. I forced myself to breathe shallow, ragged breaths that did little to calm my racing heart. I needed to think. I needed a plan. My backpack, what else did I have? The small first aid kit, a headlamp, food, water, the emergency blanket. The knife on my multi-tool was practically useless. My hiking poles were sturdier, but I'd need 2 good legs to effectively wield them. I was compromised truly and completely. I scanned the top of the outcrop. It was small, maybe 20 feet across, with a few stunted pines clinging to the rock face. There was no real cover, no cave, no crevice I could hide in. I was exposed, a target on a pedestal. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into a deep twilight. The stars, faint pinpricks earlier, now began to blaze with a terrifying intensity. They offered light, but no warmth, no comfort, only vast, indifferent distance. Suddenly, a new sound, closer this time and unmistakably distinct. A soft, wet thwack, like something heavy and viscous hitting rock. It came from directly to my left, just beyond the boulder I was leaning against. My head snapped around, my eyes wide with terror. I gripped the multi-tool, its tiny blade feeling like a toothpick. I knew with absolute certainty that it was right there. It had stopped circling. It was now directly adjacent to my position, just out of sight. The metallic sweet smell intensified, sickeningly sweet, like a field of rotting flowers mixed with something burnt and metallic. It was so strong it made my eyes water, my stomach churn. I waited, rigid, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. What was it doing? Was it waiting for me to make a move? Was it just observing? Then the cold, wet slither began again, directly next to me, but this time it was accompanied by a soft, scraping sound, like claws on stone. My mind screamed. It wasn't just observing, it was climbing. I pressed myself further into the gap between the boulders, trying to flatten myself against the cold rock to disappear. But there was nowhere to go. My sprained ankle flared with a fresh wave of agony as I shifted, a sharp, involuntary gasp escaping my lips. The sounds stopped. Lo God, it had heard me. The silence that followed was suffocating. I could almost feel its gaze, a cold, empty stare, boring into my hiding place. My entire body trembled uncontrollably. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms standing on end, my skin crawling. A moment stretched into an eternity. I thought I might pass out from sheer terror. My mind was screaming, but no sound escaped my throat. Then a new sensation, a faint, almost imperceptible pressure on the rock just above my head. It wasn't heavy, but it was definite. A slow, subtle vibration that traveled through the stone into my skull. My eyes, wide and unblinking, slowly lifted. The rock face above me was dark, featureless. But then, as my gaze adjusted to the profound gloom, I saw it. A tendril, impossibly thin, dark as night, emerging from the lip of the boulder directly above my head. It was moving slowly, deliberately, silently. It was coated in a faint, glistening sheen, reflecting the distant starlight in an unnatural way. It was searching for me. My breath hitched. It was inches away. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a palpable sense of alien presence. It was swaying gently, like a blind worm, feeling the air, tasting the scent of me. My hand instinctively tightened on the multi-tool, its tiny blade still extended. It was pathetic, but it was all I had. A desperate, primal instinct took over. If I was going to die, I wouldn't die cowering. With a surge of adrenaline, I lashed out, not with the knife, but with the entire multi-tool, bringing it up with all the force I could muster, and slamming it into the tendril. There was a soft squish, like crushing a slug, and then a sickening snap. The tendril recoiled instantly, but not before a burst of dark, viscous fluid erupted from it, splattering across my face and arm. The smell was overwhelming, a concentrated essence of metallic sweet decay that choked me, made me gag. I cried out, a guttural sound of revulsion and terror, scrambling backwards, even though there was nowhere to go. My ankle screamed in protest, but I barely registered the pain. My hands flew to my face, wiping away the foul-smelling fluid. It was sticky, cold, and utterly disgusting. The tendril was gone. The pressure on the rock was gone. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. I slumped back against the rock, trembling violently, gasping for air. The taste of that fluid lingered in my mouth, acrid and vile. I felt utterly violated, soiled. But I was alive. I had fought back, again, and again it had recoiled. It wasn't invulnerable. It could be hurt. This thought, though small, brought a tiny, desperate flicker of hope. It was something. I wiped my face repeatedly with my sleeve, trying to get rid of the foul taste and smell. My headlamp was still on my head. I clicked it on, its beam cutting a stark circle through the darkness. I immediately regretted it. The sudden light felt like a beacon, announcing my exact position to anything that might be out there. But I needed to see, I needed to clean myself. I opened my water bottle, pouring a stream of water over my face, scrubbing frantically. The water ran dark with the viscous fluid. It was thick, almost oily, and clung stubbornly to my skin. As I cleaned, my gaze fell on the multi-tool in my hand. The blade was extended, but the tool itself was damaged. One of the small wrenches had snapped off. The metallic body of the tool was stained black, and a strange, almost crystalline substance was clinging to it, shimmering faintly in the headlamp's beam. It was like solidified darkness. My eyes widened. It wasn't just fluid. It had left behind this strange residue. It was organic, yet unnatural. I quickly clicked off the headlamp, plunging myself back into darkness. The light was too dangerous. The wind picked up slightly, a mournful sigh through the ancient pines. It wasn't strong, but it carried new sounds. A faint creak, a rustle. Was it the wind, or was it it? I forced myself to be still, to listen. My heart was still hammering, but a cold determination was starting to mix with the terror. I had survived 2 direct encounters. It hadn't overwhelmed me instantly. It was probing, testing, and I had fought back. I had to use the night. I couldn't just sit here and wait for dawn. It was hours away, and I knew with absolute certainty that this thing was not going to give up. It knew I was here. It knew I was injured. It was hunting me. I pulled the emergency blanket from my pack. It was a flimsy, reflective mylar sheet, designed for heat retention, not defense. But it was something. I wrapped it around myself, pulling it tight. It made me feel a little more hidden, a little less exposed, though I knew it was a psychological comfort more than a physical one. My mind raced. What could I do? I had no signal. I couldn't move. I had no weapons. Then a memory surfaced from my photography training, long exposures. In low light, cameras could capture things the human eye couldn't, and I had the photo. It was grainy, yes, but it was there. What if I could get a better picture? What if I could understand it? Knowledge, even terrifying knowledge, was power. The thought was insane, to purposefully provoke it, to seek it out with my camera, when all my instincts screamed to hide and flee. But what if it wasn't provocation? What if it was observation? What if understanding its nature was my only chance of survival? I carefully, silently retrieved my camera. The telephoto lens was still attached. I held it close, my fingers fumbling with the settings in the darkness. I had to be careful not to make any noise, not to accidentally activate the flash. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my shaking hands. My ankle throbbed, a constant, dull ache, but my mind was sharply focused. I needed to be utterly precise. I slowly, carefully raised the camera, holding it against the small opening between the boulders, aiming downwards, towards the base of the rock where the tendril had last appeared. I couldn't see anything with my naked eye, but the camera, with its low-light capabilities, might. I set the shutter speed for a long exposure, several seconds, and clicked the button, holding my breath, forcing my hand to be perfectly still. The faint click of the shutter sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The camera's internal processing light blinked. Then, the image appeared on the screen. It was dark, mostly black, but faint outlines began to emerge as my eyes adjusted. And then I saw it. It wasn't a single tendril anymore. From the shadows at the base of the outcrop, multiple tendrils, impossibly thin and dark, were slowly, stealthily making their way up the rock face. They moved with an eerie, coordinated rhythm, testing the surfaces, feeling for purchase. And at their nexus, deep in the shadows, I could just make out a larger, darker mass, a concentration of shadow that seemed to be the core of the entity. It was not singular, it was a multitude, a colony. A single being with multiple appendages. I didn't know, but it was more formidable than I had imagined. The photo was still grainy, distorted by the extreme low light, but it was clearer than anything I had seen with my own eyes. The tendrils were glistening, coated in that viscous fluid, leaving faint, dark trails on the rock. They were not solid, but seemed to waver, to shimmer, as if made of pure darkness, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just one attack, it was a siege. It was trying to overwhelm me, to find every possible avenue to reach me. I quickly pressed the button to zoom in on the image, my fingers trembling. As the image enlarged, I noticed something else, something even more horrifying. On the surface of one of the tendrils, I could make out faint, almost glowing specks. They were tiny bioluminescent points, shimmering with a dull inner light. They weren't just random, though. They were arranged in patterns, like miniature constellations, moving and shifting as the tendril moved. And then I realized what they were. Eyes. Dozens, hundreds of tiny, glowing eyes embedded in the dark, shimmering surface of the tendril, constantly moving, constantly scanning. Not just one entity, but a collective, a swarm of darkness, each part of it a seeing, sensing organ. A wave of profound, existential horror washed over me. This was not an animal, not a monster in the traditional sense. This was something truly alien, something that defied all biological understanding. It was a being of pure shadow and consciousness, a living, seeing darkness. I lowered the camera, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The image of those tiny, glowing eyes swirling and shifting on the dark tendrils was burned into my retina. It wasn't just hunting me, it was observing me, analyzing me with a myriad of eyes. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming now, almost suffocating. The air grew colder, heavy with a silent, menacing presence. I knew it was closing in, slowly, inexorably. I had to move. I couldn't just sit here and wait to be devoured by a sentient shadow swarm. But where could I go? My ankle was a burning agony with every shift of weight. My eyes darted around the rocky outcrop. There was nowhere to hide, no escape. But what if there was another way? What if I could use its nature against it? It seemed to hate light, to prefer shadows. My headlamp was a small, weak light source, but it was something. The flash on my camera was more powerful, a sudden burst of intense light. Would it work? Would it deter it? It was a desperate gamble, but what other choice did I have? I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my nerves. My mind, usually so methodical, was a whirlwind of fear and frantic calculations. I needed to act. I pulled out my phone again, purely out of habit, but this time I didn't check for a signal. Instead, I activated the flashlight function, holding it firmly in my hand, keeping it pointed downwards, not yet turning it on. The phone itself was a small, heavy brick, offering some comfort. Then I looked at the camera. The flash, that was my true weapon if it worked. A sudden, blinding burst of light. I took another long exposure, sweeping the camera across the rock face above me. As the image processed, I saw it again. More tendrils. They were closer, thinner, almost like strands of cobweb, slowly extending from every shadowed crevice, every dark patch of moss. They were moving with agonizing slowness, silently, deliberately. It was almost here. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the terrifying silence. I had to choose phone flashlight, camera flash, both. I decided to try the phone flashlight first. It was a constant beam, not a burst. Maybe it would reveal more or deter it more gradually. With trembling fingers, I clicked the flashlight on. A harsh white beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the immediate rock face below me. And there they were, dozens of tendrils writhing slowly upwards, their dark surfaces glistening, studded with those tiny, glowing eyes. They were almost to the lip of the boulder, just a few inches from where I was huddled. The moment the light hit them, they recoiled. Not instantly, not with the abrupt snap of the bare spray, but slowly, like slugs shrinking from salt. They pulled back into the deeper shadows, coiling in on themselves, their glowing eyes dimming slightly. A gasp of relief escaped my lips. It worked. Light hurt them. It repelled them. But it was only a phone flashlight. It was a weak, localized beam. The tendrils only recoiled from the directly illuminated areas. The ones in the deeper shadows continued their slow, inexorable ascent from other angles. I swept the beam around, trying to illuminate as much of the rock face as possible, but it was a futile effort. There were too many. They were everywhere. The metallic sweet smell was now almost unbearable, a cloying cloud that clung to me. The cold intensified, pressing in from all sides. I could hear the faint slither and scrape again from the areas where the light didn't reach. They were still coming. I had to move. I couldn't stay illuminated, a sitting duck. My eyes darted around the outcrop. My backpack was still against the largest boulder. I needed something, anything, to barricade myself, to create a smaller, more defensible space. With a grunt of pain, I pushed myself up, gritting my teeth as my sprained ankle screamed in protest. I hopped on one foot, dragging my heavy pack towards a smaller cluster of rocks, trying to create a makeshift barrier. Every movement was agony. My breath came in ragged gasps. The phone flashlight, still clutched in my hand, bounced erratically, sending wild shadows dancing across the rock face. The tendrils, whenever the light hit them, would shrink back, only to resume their ascent the moment the beam moved away. I reached the smaller cluster of rocks, pulling my pack in front of me. It wasn't much, but it offered a tiny bit of cover. I then remembered the emergency blanket. It was mylar, highly reflective. Could it act as a deterrent? With shaking hands, I tore the blanket open, ripping it into several large pieces. It made a loud, crinkling sound that seemed to echo through the silent forest, making me flinch. I spread one piece over my pack, covering myself as best I could. Then I wrapped another piece around my phone, shiny side out, trying to amplify its light. It was a desperate, childish effort, but I was out of options. The cold was seeping into my bones, and I could feel the presence of the entity all around me. It was no longer just below. It was attempting to encircle the entire outcrop, to cut off any potential escape route. I activated my camera's flash, taking a quick burst shot towards the general direction of the incoming tendrils. The sudden, blinding light exploded in the darkness, illuminating the rock face and the surrounding trees for a split second. And then, silence. The phone flashlight was still on, casting a faint, steady glow, but the camera flash had been something else entirely. It had been a shock. I quickly checked the photo. It was overexposed, a blur of white light, but in the periphery I could see them. The tendrils now recoiling rapidly, a chaotic tangle of dark forms shrinking back into the deepest shadows. The hundreds of tiny eyes, momentarily overwhelmed, were almost completely gone. Yes, it worked, the flash. It was powerful. It truly stunned them, repelled them more effectively than the constant, weaker beam of the phone. A new plan began to form in my mind, a desperate, dangerous one. My camera had limited battery life, and the flash would drain it quickly, but it was my only real weapon. I would have to use it strategically. I turned off the phone flashlight, conserving its battery. I needed to let my eyes adjust to the darkness again. I burrowed deeper behind my pack, wrapping the mylar blanket tighter around me, its reflective surface creating a small, shimmering cocoon. The cold continued to intensify. The metallic sweet smell was thick, cloying. I could hear the faint slithering and scraping again, but it was further away now, less aggressive. They were regrouping. They were wary. I listened intently. The night was a canvas of subtle sounds. The rustle of dry leaves in the gentle breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, now sounding like a regular bird call, not a warning. And then faintly, the rhythmic thump-thump returned, deeper this time, more resonant, seeming to come from the ground itself, traveling up through the rock. It was below me, the main mass of it, and it was moving. Not towards me, not directly up the outcrop. It was moving under me. A sickening realization washed over me. It wasn't just climbing the rocks. It was trying to destabilize them. It was trying to undermine my refuge. I remembered the 3 distinct, claw-like marks at my campsite, arranged in a rough triangle, and the rhythmic thump-thump. Could it be digging? Could it be moving through the earth itself? The thought was terrifying. If it could move through the ground, then my rocky perch, no matter how high, offered no real safety. It could emerge from anywhere. My heart pounded with renewed terror. I peered over the edge of the blanket, straining my eyes into the profound darkness. The thumping grew louder, closer, a dull, resonant vibration that I could feel in my teeth. The entire outcrop seemed to tremble faintly. And I had to get off the rocks, but my ankle, it was impossible. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me again. I fought it down. Crying wouldn't help. Freezing wouldn't help. I needed to make a move. I needed to get away from the immediate vicinity of the rocks. But where? The forest floor was dark, tangled, full of unknown dangers. My gaze fell on my hiking poles lying near my pack. They were sturdy, made of aluminum. Not much for defense, but they were better than nothing, and I could use them as crutches. With gritted teeth, I pushed myself to my feet, grunting with the effort and the agony in my ankle. I grabbed the hiking poles, extending them to their full length. I could put some weight on my injured leg, but it was excruciating. Each step was a carefully orchestrated dance against pain and gravity. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I would go down the less steep side of the outcrop, the one that offered a more gradual descent, even if it was closer to where the thump-thump seemed to be coming from. I needed to get off this vibrating rock. My camera was still in my hand. I slipped it into a pocket on my jacket, making sure the lens cap was on and the flash was ready. My phone, still set to flashlight mode, I tucked into another pocket. I needed my hands free for the hiking poles. With a final, terrified glance at the darkness below, I began my slow, painful descent. Each step was a torturous battle. The jagged rocks scraped against my boots, threatening to send me tumbling. I leaned heavily on the poles, my arms trembling with the effort. The metallic sweet smell followed me, thick and cloying. The thump-thump was relentless now, vibrating through the ground, seeming to shake the very roots of the trees. It was closing in. I was halfway down when I heard it again. The soft, wet slither and scrape, but this time it wasn't coming from below. It was coming from above. My head snapped up. Emerging from the darkness at the top of the outcrop where I had just been was a dark, impossibly elongated form. It wasn't just tendrils now. It was the whole entity, or a significant portion of it. It was like a column of pure shadow, impossibly thin, stretching up towards the starlit sky, then bending gracefully, horrifyingly towards me. Its surface shimmered, constantly shifting, revealing those hundreds of tiny, glowing eyes swirling like a galaxy of malevolent stars. It moved with a silent, fluid grace, a nightmare made manifest, and it was coming for me. My legs, despite the agony, found a surge of adrenaline. I scrambled down the remaining rocks, slipping and sliding, ignoring the protests of my ankle, desperate to put distance between myself and the descending horror. I hit the forest floor with a jarring thud, my injured ankle screaming. I almost collapsed, but forced myself to stay upright, leaning heavily on the hiking poles. The ground here was softer, covered in a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves. The thump-thump was still there, now more diffuse but still unsettling, vibrating through the earth itself, and the smell was overpowering. I looked back up at the outcrop. The shadow thing was now fully descended, a tall, gaunt column of darkness standing sentinel on the rocks, its many eyes fixed on me. It wasn't moving towards me yet, not directly. It was observing, waiting. I knew with chilling certainty that it was toying with me. It was enjoying the chase. It wanted me to run, to fall, to be cornered. I would not give it the satisfaction. I turned and hobbled as fast as my injured ankle would allow, pushing myself into the deeper parts of the forest, away from the outcrop. The trees here were ancient, their branches intertwined, forming a dense, dark canopy that swallowed the starlight. The ground was uneven, crisscrossed with roots and fallen branches, making every step a challenge. My hiking poles clattered against the undergrowth, loud in the suffocating silence. I was leaving a trail, I knew, an obvious path for it to follow, but I had no choice. I pushed myself onward, fueled by a raw, primal terror. My lungs burned, my legs ached, my ankle throbbed with excruciating pain. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. I couldn't afford to break down, not now. The metallic sweet smell was still with me, a constant reminder of its proximity. And then I heard it again. The soft slither and scrape, now closer, faster, coming from behind me. It was not just observing anymore, it was pursuing. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and there it was, a dark, elongated shape, barely visible against the dark trees, weaving through the dense undergrowth with impossible speed. It was like a living shadow, flowing between the tree trunks, its hundreds of eyes glinting malevolently in the gloom. It was gaining on me. My heart pounded with such force I thought it would burst through my chest. I had to do something. I reached for my camera, fumbling with the lens cap, trying to find the flash button in the dark. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, sending a fresh jolt of agony through my ankle. I almost fell, but managed to catch myself with the hiking poles, crying out in pain. The shadow thing paused, its form coalescing between two ancient pines, its many eyes fixed on my struggling figure. It seemed to revel in my weakness, in my pain. This was it, I was cornered. A surge of defiant fury, cold and sharp, cut through my terror. I would not let it win. I ripped the lens cap off the camera, fumbled for the flash button, and with a guttural scream, turned, aimed, and unleashed a blinding burst of light directly at the approaching horror. The forest exploded in white light for a fraction of a second. The shadow thing recoiled instantly, its form dissolving, shimmering violently, its myriad eyes flickering out like extinguished embers. It shrieked, a sound not of a voice, but of pure vibrating darkness, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of the night itself. It was a horrible, guttural sheer that vibrated through my bones, paralyzing me with sheer, raw terror. The light faded, plunging the forest back into suffocating darkness. The terrible scream echoed for a moment, then was swallowed by an absolute, profound silence. I stood there, trembling, the camera still clutched in my hand, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My ears were ringing from the scream, my entire body numb with shock. It was gone, or was it? The silence was absolute. No rustle, no wind, no distant animal calls. Just a heavy, oppressive stillness that felt like the world had stopped breathing. The metallic sweet smell was still present, but fainter now, as if the entity had retreated, or at least pulled back to a greater distance. My camera battery indicator was now blinking red. The flash had taken a huge toll. I had maybe 1 or 2 more shots if I was lucky. I couldn't stay here. It knew I was here. It knew where I was, and it was enraged. I had to find real shelter, a place where I could be safe until dawn. But what kind of shelter could protect me from a sentient shadow being that could move through earth and scale rock? My gaze swept around the immediate area. The trees were ancient, forming a dense, impenetrable thicket. No caves, no overhangs, only darkness. Then my eyes fell on something in the distance, barely visible through the gaps in the trees. A faint, almost imperceptible glow. It wasn't natural, it was a light. My heart leaped with a desperate, irrational hope. Another human, a cabin, a park ranger station. It was far, perhaps a mile or 2, but it was there. A beacon in the impenetrable darkness. It was my only chance. With renewed determination, ignoring the throbbing agony in my ankle, I pushed myself forward, hobbling towards the distant light. Each step was a monumental effort, a battle against pain and the suffocating fear that gnawed at my sanity. The forest seemed to press in on me, the trees blurring into menacing shapes in the darkness. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I could still hear the echo of that unholy scream in my mind, a terrifying reminder of what I was up against. I focused on the light. It was my anchor, my only hope. If it was a trap, then so be it. But at least it was a direction, a purpose beyond simply running from an unseen horror. The light grew stronger as I limped closer, slowly resolving into a more distinct shape. It wasn't a single beam, but a diffuse, yellowish glow like a window. It was coming from a structure. Relief and terror mingled in my chest. A structure meant people. It also meant a destination. As I got closer, the details began to resolve through the gloom. It wasn't a cabin or a modern building. It was old, very old. A small, dilapidated wooden shack, nestled deep within a clearing, almost swallowed by the surrounding trees. Its windows, dark and broken, emitted a faint, sickly yellow light as if from within. But there was no sign of life, no smoke from a chimney, no sound of human activity. It looked abandoned, ancient. My hope dwindled, replaced by a fresh wave of apprehension. An abandoned shack, alone in the middle of Blackwood Forest. It felt less like a refuge and more like a scene from a horror movie. But it was shelter. It was solid walls, and it had a light, even if it was a strange one. I hobbled towards it, the metallic sweet smell slowly fading as I left the direct vicinity of the entity. But it was replaced by a new smell, faint but distinct, emanating from the shack itself. It was an earthy, musty smell mixed with something else, something vaguely medicinal like old herbs or chemicals, and something else too, a faint, lingering scent of that same metallic sweetness, had it been here. I reached the edge of the clearing, pausing behind a thick cluster of pines, catching my breath. The shack stood silent, unmoving, its broken windows glowing faintly, like hollow eyes in the darkness. It was unsettling, but it was also my only option. I looked back the way I had come. The forest was an impenetrable wall of darkness, silent and menacing. The air behind me felt heavy, charged with residual menace. The thing was back there, somewhere, regrouping. It was just a matter of time before it found me again. This shack, however unsettling, was my only option. With a grim resolve, I pushed off the pine and hobbled into the clearing. The ground was softer here, a mix of overgrown grass and damp earth, making my hobbling gait even more precarious. The shack itself was small, no bigger than a single room, its wooden planks bleached to a pale gray by years of sun and rain. The roof sagged in the middle, and several boards had come loose, hanging like broken teeth. The windows were mostly shattered, jagged shards of glass clinging precariously to the frames, and from within, that sickly yellow light pulsed faintly. As I drew closer, the new smell became more distinct, pushing through the musty scent of decay. It was indeed earthy and medicinal, like a forgotten apothecary mixed with something sharp and metallic, faintly reminiscent of the shadow thing's own peculiar odor. It was disturbing, a cloying blend that made my stomach clench. There was a door hanging precariously on a single rusty hinge, halfway open. It seemed to beckon or perhaps to warn. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to retreat into the relative anonymity of the forest, but my ankle throbbed with a dull, insistent agony, and the memory of that unholy scream still vibrated in my bones. Here, at least, were walls. Here, at least, was a destination. I reached the doorway, pushing the creaking wood further inward with my hiking pole. The air inside was still and heavy, laden with the strange scents. The yellow light I now saw emanated not from a lamp or a fire, but from something deeper within the room, something that pulsed with an eerie, rhythmic glow. I stepped inside, careful to avoid the loose floorboards, my hiking poles scraping against the rough wood. The floor was uneven, covered in a thick layer of dust and fallen debris. The shack was a single, cramped space. To my right, a rickety wooden table was pushed against the wall, covered with what looked like old, yellowed papers and rusted scientific instruments. To my left, a cot stripped bare, sagged in the middle, and against the far wall, a makeshift bookshelf held a scattering of thick, leather-bound books. The source of the light was on the table, a large, ornate glass jar filled with a viscous, yellowish liquid glowed with an internal luminescence, pulsing slowly like a trapped alien heart. It was beautiful in a horrifying way, casting long, dancing shadows that made the cramped room feel vast and alive with unseen things. This was the sickly yellow light I had seen from afar. I hobbled towards the table, drawn by a morbid curiosity. As I got closer, the metallic sweet smell intensified, emanating directly from the jar, mingling with the earthy medicinal notes. My eyes scanned the contents of the table. There were indeed old instruments, a tarnished brass microscope, several glass beakers stained with unknown residues, rusted tongs, and an array of delicate, almost surgical-looking tools. And the papers, dozens of them, scattered haphazardly across the table, covered in cramped, looping handwriting and intricate diagrams. One paper pinned beneath a heavy, curiously shaped rock seemed to be a map. It was hand-drawn, detailing the local area, but with strange, occult symbols marked at various points, including a crude X where my campsite had been and another near my current position. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an abandoned shack, it was a research station, or perhaps a laboratory, and whoever had been here knew about it. My gaze fell on a leather-bound journal, lying open on the table next to the glowing jar. Its pages were brittle, stained with what looked like old spills, but the writing was clear, albeit meticulous and almost obsessive. I leaned heavily on my hiking poles, my ankles screaming, but my mind was now racing with a different kind of urgency. This shack, this place, might hold answers. It might be my only chance of understanding what I was up against. I carefully picked up the journal, my fingers brushing against the ancient leather. The inscription on the cover was faded but discernible. Research log, Dr. Elias Thorne. Dr. Thorne, the name meant nothing to me, but the urgency in the cramped script was palpable even before I started reading. I needed more light to properly read the journal, but I was terrified to use my phone's flashlight, knowing how quickly the battery drained and how it had been attracted to my phone light earlier. However, the glowing jar provided just enough light for me to make out the words, especially if I held the journal close. I opened to the most recent entry I could find, dated almost 2 weeks ago. The handwriting was erratic here, almost frantic. August 18th, the veil thins. The manifestations are becoming bolder, more frequent. The whispers are almost constant now, a low hum that vibrates deep within the earth. My instruments are overwhelmed. The M fields are fluctuating wildly. I can barely distinguish between natural phenomena and its influence. The fungus continues to spread. Its metabolic rate is astonishing. The metallic sweet scent is now pervasive, coating everything. I've tried every known counteragent, every chemical deterrent, every frequency, every arcane symbol I could recall from the old texts. Nothing deters it for long. It adapts. It learns. It observed me today, not in the periphery, not a fleeting shadow. It coalesced, almost fully formed, outside the shack. Its tendrils pressed against the glass, dozens of its glowing eyes fixated on me. It was curious and malevolent. It knows I am studying it. It knows I am trying to understand its nature, and it is not pleased. I believe the fungus is merely an extension, a biological manifestation of its true form, a means of spreading its consciousness, its influence, its hunger. The crystalline residue, the viscous fluid, it's all part of the same organism, a collective consciousness, a gestalt entity. It's not just one being, it's many, operating as one, a swarm intelligence, but of pure shadow. My experiments with light have had limited success. Brief, intense flashes repel it, but it returns. The sustained presence of certain frequencies seems to disorient it, but it learns to compensate. It's too intelligent, too ancient. I've found a new pattern in the whispers, a resonance. It seems to be drawing energy from a specific ley line, an ancient convergence point deep within the forest. The core of its being, its true nest, must be there. If I can disrupt that resonance, sever its connection, but it's a long shot, a dangerous, almost suicidal endeavor. I may be its next meal. I must try. I cannot allow it to fully cross the veil. The consequences, they are unthinkable. This forest is merely an entry point. It has been here before, dormant, waiting for the proper alignment. The current planetary configuration, the weakened natural barriers, it's perfect for its full emergence. And the tourist season, the increased human presence, it draws sustenance from fear, from the draining of life force. This is no ordinary predator. It is something far, far worse. My supplies are dwindling. The warding glyphs around the shack hold for now, but they are weakening. I can feel its pressure, a constant, insidious probing. I have constructed a device, a prototype. If I can amplify certain frequencies, if I can focus enough directed energy, it might work. A temporary reprieve at least. But I will need a power source, something beyond what my meager solar cells can provide. I have seen the signs, the missing hikers, the strange occurrences, the pervasive sense of dread. The authorities dismiss it, of course. Animals, the elements, human folly, they don't understand. They can't. This is beyond their comprehension. I am alone, and I am running out of time. May God have mercy on my soul and on the souls of all humanity if I fail. The entry ended there abruptly. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the journal. Dr. Thorne, he knew, he understood, he had been fighting it, and he had failed. Or perhaps he had simply disappeared. The shack felt like a tomb, a testament to his desperate, solitary struggle. Everything he described resonated with my experiences. The metallic sweet smell, the tendrils, the glowing eyes, the repulsion by light, the thump-thump of something moving underground, the sense of oppressive dread. The fungus was that the viscous fluid, the stains, the crystalline residue. It made a horrible kind of sense. A collective, intelligent shadow organism that fed on fear and life force, connected to ancient ley lines and poised for a full emergence. My mind reeled. This wasn't just a monster, it was an existential threat, and I had stumbled into its hunting ground, into its very emergence point. Blackwood Forest was not just a forest, it was a gate, a thin place between worlds. I looked at the glowing jar, the viscous yellow liquid. Was this the fungus? Was this part of its biological manifestation? The jar pulsed slowly, almost hypnotically. It felt alive. My eyes swept over the rest of the table, then to the rickety bookshelf. More journals, thicker than the one I held, were stacked there, and among them several old leather-bound books, their titles written in faded, archaic script. Occult texts, perhaps. Thorne had mentioned arcane symbols. I needed more information. I needed to know what this device was, what Thorne's plan had been, and crucially, if there was any way to stop it, or at least escape it. But the fear was still a cold, sharp knife in my gut. What if Thorne had attracted it here? What if this shack was now a prime target? The warding glyphs Thorne mentioned, were they still holding? I noticed faded, almost invisible symbols carved into the wooden doorframe and window sills, and even on some of the planks of the shack itself. They were intricate geometrical patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible energy in the dim yellow light. They were barely there, worn by time and weather, but they were definitely visible now that I was looking for them. They were fading. Thorne's defenses were weakening, just as he had feared. A cold draft swept through the shack, making the loose boards creak and groan. It wasn't just the wind. It was that localized, unnatural chill seeping in. The metallic sweet smell intensified, pushing past the medicinal and earthy odors, asserting its dominance. It was outside. My heart leaped into my throat. It had found me. Or perhaps it had been here all along, circling, waiting for me to take refuge. I peered through a broken window, trying to see into the darkness. Nothing, but I could feel its presence, a cold, oppressive weight pressing in on the shack, a silent, malevolent observation. The glowing jar on the table seemed to pulse faster, its light flickering erratically, as if sensing the external presence. The whispers, Thorne had mentioned them. Was that what the thump-thump was? A low hum. I strained my ears, and yes, beneath the creaking of the shack, beneath the frantic pounding of my own heart, There was a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, a low, resonant hum coming from deep within the earth. It was growing stronger. The shack began to tremble faintly, a subtle vibration that traveled up through the wooden floor into my bones. The boards groaned underfoot. Dust motes danced in the pulsing yellow light of the jar. It wasn't just outside, it was moving under the shack. It was trying to undermine it, just as it had tried to undermine the rocky outcrop. My eyes darted around the cramped room. I had to find a weapon, a defense, something. The multi-tool was practically useless now, stained and damaged. My camera was almost dead. The hiking poles were all I had. I hobbled towards the bookshelf, grabbing another journal, hoping to find more information, a clue, a weakness. I flipped through the pages, desperate. More scientific notations, more cryptic entries about the veil and resonance points. Then I found an earlier entry, dated months prior. May 5th, progress has been slow. The specimens harvested exhibit extraordinary regenerative properties. Tissue samples, even when completely desiccated, revive when exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies. The fungal network is vast, subterranean, forming a complex web beneath the entire Blackwood region. It's a literal nervous system for the larger entity, allowing it to sense, communicate, and spread its influence. The core, however, the heart of the whispers, remains elusive. I suspect it is anchored to the most potent ley line convergence, a point of immense telluric energy. This energy, once sacred, is now being corrupted, twisted to sustain this abomination. My gaze fell on the floor again, then around the room. The boards creaked ominously. It was trying to get in from below. The hum vibrated through me, a chilling resonance. I had to get away from the floor. I looked at the cot. It was rickety, but maybe it would offer a few inches of separation, a momentary reprieve. I hobbled towards it, pushing it against the wall, clearing away the dust. As I moved the cot, I noticed something underneath it. A small wooden box latched shut. Hope surged through me, desperate and irrational. This could be it. This could be Thorne's device. With trembling hands, I bent down, gritting my teeth against the pain in my ankle, and unlatched the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a peculiar instrument. It was small, cylindrical, made of polished brass, with several intricate dials and a single, narrow opening at one end, like a miniature cannon. It had a trigger mechanism and a small, delicate antenna extending from its side. It looked like a prototype, exactly as Thorne had described. This was it, the device. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was Thorne's last hope, my last hope. I pulled it out of the box, its brass cool and smooth against my clammy hands. It was heavier than it looked. One of the journals, thicker than the others, was tucked beneath it. I quickly grabbed that too, desperate for instructions. I sat on the cot, ignoring the springs that groaned under my weight, and opened the journal to the last few pages, hoping for a diagram, instructions, anything. August 17th. The device is complete, crude but functional. It focuses and amplifies a specific harmonic frequency, a counter-resonance to the entity's own vibrational signature. It should theoretically disrupt its cellular cohesion, its very energetic matrix, but it requires a power source, a significant power source. I've incorporated a crystalline energy cell, charged with accumulated telluric energy, but it's limited. It will only provide enough power for a few short bursts. Each burst will drain the cell significantly. Overuse will render it inert. The device must be aimed directly. The range is short, perhaps 20 to 30 feet for full effect. Beyond that, the frequency disperses too rapidly, and it is a directional weapon. It must be pointed at the primary manifestation, the larger mass. The tendrils are extensions, but the core is the vulnerability. I have also experimented with an alternative power source, though it is highly unorthodox and dangerous. The fungus itself. If I could harness its inherent energetic output, its raw bioluminescence, I might be able to create a feedback loop, amplify the counter frequency indefinitely. But that would require direct integration, a connection to the very thing I am fighting, a terrifying risk. The glowing jar, it is a contained specimen. If I could tap into its energy, but the risks, the corruption, it could overwhelm me. I looked at the brass device in my hands, then at the glowing jar on the table. The fungus, a contained specimen, a dangerous, unorthodox power source. The hum intensified, the shack shaking more violently now. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and a splintering sound came from directly beneath me. It was breaking through the floorboards. I scrambled up from the cot, my ankle protesting fiercely, but the adrenaline was surging through me. I couldn't just sit here. I had to act. The journal, Thorne had made a choice. He had gone to the ley line convergence. He hadn't used the jar. Why? Was the risk too great, or had he run out of time? I looked at the jar again. It was pulsing erratically now, its yellow light flickering with an anxious urgency, almost as if sensing my thoughts or the entity's impending breach. Suddenly, a section of the floorboards directly in front of the door ripped upwards with a deafening crack. Black, viscous tendrils erupted from the gaping hole, thrashing wildly, their hundreds of tiny, glowing eyes sweeping the room, instantly finding me. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming, choking me, making my eyes water. The tendrils were thicker now, more numerous, coated in that glistening, dark fluid. They advanced, some snaking across the floor towards me, others reaching for the ceiling, feeling the air. This was it. It was inside. My mind went blank with terror for a split second, but then Thorne's words echoed in my head. Aimed directly, primary manifestation, core is the vulnerability. I gripped the brass device, aiming it with shaking hands at the mass of tendrils erupting from the floor. My finger hovered over the trigger, but which one was the core? The journal said the device had limited bursts. I couldn't waste them. The tendrils were almost upon me, some of them already reaching the cot. Their tiny eyes glittered, cold and malevolent. Then I noticed it. Amidst the chaos of the thrashing tendrils, one particular mass, deeper within the hole in the floorboards, seemed larger, darker, more concentrated than the rest. It pulsed with a subtle inner light, a deeper, more profound darkness than its extensions. That had to be it, the core. I took a deep, shuddering breath, focused all my terrified resolve, and squeezed the trigger. A high-pitched whine erupted from the device, a sound that vibrated through my teeth and bones, echoing Thorne's description of a counter-resonance. A concentrated beam of invisible energy shot from the narrow opening, aimed directly at the darkest mass in the hole. The effect was instantaneous and horrific. The tendrils that had erupted from the floorboards froze. They didn't recoil. They simply stopped, rigid and unmoving, their glowing eyes dimming, then flickering out one by one. The darkest mass in the hole began to writhe, not with aggression, but with a terrible, silent agony. It shuddered, shrinking in on itself, its surface rippling violently, like water being heated to a boil. A profound, guttural shriek, similar to the one I'd heard earlier but far more potent, echoed through the shack, vibrating through the very structure of the building. It wasn't a vocal scream, it was a screech of pure, raw energy, a sound that felt like it was tearing at the fabric of reality. It paralyzed me for a moment, making my teeth ache and my head spin. Then, with an impossible swiftness, the entire mass of tendrils retracted, snapping back into the hole in the floorboards, leaving behind only the gaping, splintered wood and a lingering, metallic sweet vapor that made me gag. The silence that followed was absolute, deafening. The shack stopped trembling. The eerie hum from beneath the earth ceased. The glowing jar on the table pulsed steadily now, its light calm and unwavering. I collapsed onto the cot, the brass device clutched tightly in my hand, my body shaking uncontrollably. My lungs burned, my throat raw. My ankles screamed in protest, but I barely registered it. I had done it. I had hurt it. The device felt warm in my hand. I looked at the small, crystal energy cell embedded near the trigger. It was noticeably dimmer, its internal glow significantly reduced. One burst, and it was nearly depleted. Thorn was right, limited bursts. I looked at the glowing jar, the fungus, direct integration, a connection to the very thing I am fighting. Harness its inherent energetic output, amplify the counter-frequency indefinitely. It was a desperate, dangerous gamble, but I had only one burst left, perhaps two if I was lucky, and it had only driven it away temporarily. It would be back. It knew I was here. It knew I had a weapon. I had to decide, try to make it to dawn with a depleted device, or risk everything on Thorn's unorthodox plan. My eyes scanned the notes again. Corruption, it could overwhelm me. The stakes were terrifyingly high, but what was the alternative? Certain death, alone in this shack, waiting for it to breach the weakened wards again. I looked at the jar. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, its yellow glow casting a hypnotic light on the room. It was a piece of the entity contained, a piece of the very darkness I was fighting. Could I really connect with it? What would that do to me? Thorn's last entry flashed in my mind. May God have mercy on my soul and on the souls of all humanity if I fail. He understood the global stakes. This was bigger than just me. If this thing emerged, if it fully crossed the veil, humanity was doomed. My decision was made, born of desperation and a terrifying sense of responsibility. I had to try. I carefully set the brass device down on the table next to the jar. I searched for a way to open the jar or to connect the device to it. There were no obvious connectors on the device itself, but Thorn's notes mentioned direct integration. I scanned the instruments on the table, tongs, beakers, delicate, almost surgical-looking tools. I needed to extract some of the fungus from the jar and then somehow connect it to the device. My hands trembled as I picked up a pair of small, curved tongs. The jar was sealed with a thick, waxen stopper. I tried to pry it open, but it was stuck fast. I rummaged through Thorn's papers, looking for any instructions on how to access the jar. Then I found a small, handwritten diagram tucked beneath the map. It showed the jar and next to it, a small, intricate symbol. Below it, a single word, resonance. Resonance, Thorn had mentioned it repeatedly. The device operated on a counter-resonance. The entity drew energy from a ley line resonance. The symbol was it a key, a specific frequency to open the jar. I looked at the brass device again. It had several small, unlabeled dials. Could these be frequency tuners? Thorn had built it. It stood to reason that he might have incorporated a way to interact with his specimens. I tried turning one of the dials, a small fluted knob near the base of the device. It clicked softly. Nothing happened. I tried another, still nothing. Then I looked at the diagram again, focusing on the symbol. It was a series of concentric circles with radiating lines. It looked like a representation of a vibrational pattern. I had to guess. I slowly and carefully adjusted one of the dials, then another, trying to match the pattern, listening for any subtle change in the air or in the hum of the jar. The third dial, as I slowly turned it, began to glow faintly. A deep, resonant hum, almost imperceptible, emanated from the device. And as the hum intensified, the glowing jar on the table began to vibrate. Its yellow liquid rippled, and the waxen stopper on top began to shimmer, slowly dissolving, turning into a thin, gelatinous film. It was working. The device was resonating with the jar, with the fungus. The film on the jar's opening slowly melted away, revealing the pulsing, viscous yellow liquid inside. The metallic sweet smell intensified, now almost sickly, directly from the jar. It made my head swim. I carefully took the tongs again, my hands shaking. I needed to extract a sample. The journal had mentioned direct integration. What did that mean? I looked at the brass device again. It had the narrow opening at one end. Was I supposed to insert a sample directly into it? I reached the tongs into the jar, scooping out a small blob of the glowing, viscous yellow substance. It felt strangely alive, pulsing faintly in the tongs. It was cold, yet seemed to hum with a strange energy. As I withdrew the tongs, I noticed something else in the journal, a small addendum to the device's description, almost an afterthought. A tiny, almost invisible slot on the side of the device, just above the crystalline energy cell. Sample intake port biofeedback loop. This was it, the direct integration, the biofeedback loop. With bated breath, I carefully maneuvered the tongs, bringing the pulsing yellow blob towards the tiny slot. As I neared it, the device hummed louder, and the yellow blob in the tongs seemed to throb, almost yearning to connect. I gently pushed the fungus into the slot. The moment it touched the internal mechanism, an intense surge of energy coursed through the device. The crystalline energy cell, which had been dim, flared to a brilliant emerald green. The brass casing of the device grew warm, almost hot in my hands. The dials glowed with an internal light, and the entire shack seemed to vibrate with a low, powerful hum. The metallic sweet smell, which had been sickening, now intensified to an almost unbearable level, directly from the device itself. It was as if I was holding a piece of the entity, fully alive, fully connected. A cold, tingling sensation began to spread from my hands, up my arms, and into my chest. It wasn't pain, but it was deeply unsettling, an alien presence seeping into my very being. Thorn's warning echoed in my mind. Corruption. It could overwhelm me. I felt a faint, almost imperceptible hum resonate within my skull, a low frequency that wasn't sound, but something felt directly by my nervous system. It was the whispers, but now they were inside me. A dizzying rush of images flashed through my mind. Ancient trees, root systems spreading like a vast, dark network, deep underground caverns, faint, shimmering tendrils extending through soil and rock, a sense of vast, ancient consciousness, observing, waiting, hungry. I saw things through a multitude of eyes, countless tiny pinpricks of light, scattered across an immense, shadowy form, feeling the tremor of my own footsteps from miles away, sensing the slow, vital pulse of every living thing in the forest. It was overwhelming, a pure, unadulterated consciousness, ancient and alien, a hungry, pervasive darkness. I was connected to it. I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. Panic seized me, sharp and cold. I wanted to scream, to rip the device from my hands, to sever the connection. But I couldn't. My hands were clamped to the device, locked in place by some unseen force, or perhaps by my own terror. The glowing jar on the table pulsed in rhythm with my own accelerating heartbeat, its yellow light now a frantic, almost blinding strobe. The warding glyphs on the walls, which had been barely visible, now glowed faintly, flickering with a desperate, failing energy, trying to push back against the surge of raw power. The hum within my skull intensified, morphing into a chaotic symphony of whispers, a cacophony of ancient thoughts and alien perceptions. It was trying to consume me, to integrate me into its collective. I was losing myself. My own thoughts, my own sense of self, began to fray at the edges, dissolving into the vast, alien consciousness. I saw the forest through its eyes, felt the earth through its tendrils, tasted the fear of every small creature that scurried in the dark. No, I fought back, a desperate, primal scream building in my mind. I was me. I was a human. I would not be consumed. I focused on the brass device, on the energy it now contained, on Thorn's final purpose: disrupt its cellular cohesion, counter resonance. This was not just a connection, it was a weapon. With a superhuman effort of will, I forced my fracturing mind to focus, to channel the raw, terrifying power now coursing through the device. I aimed it at the gaping hole in the floorboards, at the place where the entity had last emerged. I didn't know if it was still there, but I had to try. My finger, still numb, found the trigger. I squeezed it, pouring every ounce of my defiance, every shred of my disintegrating consciousness, into that single, desperate act. A beam of pure, focused energy, vibrating with an unseen, powerful resonance, shot from the device. It wasn't a visible light beam. It was something more fundamental, a wave of disruptive force that shimmered the very air. It plunged into the hole in the floor. This time there was no guttural shriek, no thrashing tendrils. There was a sound of pure implosion, a deep, resonant THWOOMP that vibrated the very foundations of the shack, rattling the windows and sending dust cascading from the ceiling. It was as if a vacuum had been created, a sudden, powerful void. The connection, the horrifying whispers in my head, severed instantly. The cold, tingling sensation retreated, leaving me gasping for air, clutching the device, which was now cool and silent in my hands. The crystalline energy cell was dark, completely drained. The dials were dim. The glowing jar on the table also went dark, its yellow liquid settling, becoming inert, lifeless. The metallic sweet smell faded, leaving behind only the musty scent of the old shack. Silence, a true silence this time. Not the watchful, predatory silence of before, but an empty, profound stillness. I lay there on the cot, trembling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mind was reeling, fragmented, trying to piece itself back together. I had connected to it. I had been inside its consciousness. I had felt its vastness, its ancient hunger, and I had struck back. But was it gone? Was it truly defeated? Thorn's journal had only spoken of disruption, not annihilation, and the device was dead. I was weaponless again, drained, and more terrified than ever. I slowly pushed myself up, my body aching, my ankle throbbing. I looked at the hole in the floor. It was just a hole now, dark and empty. No tendrils, no glowing eyes, just splintered wood and black earth. I staggered to the door, peering out into the darkness of the clearing. The faint, subtle starlight filtered through the canopy, painting the trees in shades of gray. The forest was silent, truly silent. No hum, no thump-thump, no metallic sweet smell. Had I done it, had I bought myself some time? My camera, still in my pocket, felt cold against my leg. I pulled it out, almost instinctively, hoping for some confirmation. I risked one last long exposure, aiming it into the silent, empty darkness outside the shack. The battery indicator blinked ominously, red and desperate. It might be its last shot. The shutter clicked, the processing light blinked slowly. Then, the image appeared on the screen. It was dark, mostly black, but the camera's low-light sensitivity picked up something. Faint, dark smudges. Not coalesced, not moving, but scattered across the clearing, almost dissolving into the earth itself. They looked like residue, like dying embers. And then I saw it. Beyond the clearing, deep within the shadows of the ancient trees, barely visible, a single, faint, shimmering ripple. It was receding, fading, moving away. It was not gone, it was retreating, injured, dispersed, but not destroyed. The camera's battery indicator went completely dark. The screen died. My last tool, my last source of observation, was gone. I slumped against the doorframe, a profound weariness washing over me. I had survived, for now, but I was still miles from civilization, still injured, and the creature, though wounded, was still out there, and it was going to be furious. The first faint hint of gray light began to appear on the eastern horizon, painting the sky with the barest promise of dawn. The terrifying, oppressive darkness was starting to recede, but I knew with absolute certainty that the day would bring no true safety. It would simply be a different kind of hiding, a different kind of waiting. The creature was still out there, and I had wounded it. It would remember. I had to get out of Blackwood Forest. I had to warn someone. But first, I had to survive the coming day, and then the next night, and I had no idea how. I looked at the dormant brass device in my hand, Thorn's legacy. It had saved my life, but it was now useless. I was truly alone and truly defenseless. The forest stirred, not with menace now, but with the faint, natural sounds of a forest awakening. Birds chirped tentatively, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the distant murmur of a stream, previously drowned out by terror, now seemed to drift through the stillness. It was a normal morning, superimposed on a night of unimaginable horror. I stayed slumped against the doorframe, my legs aching, my ankle throbbing with a dull, insistent pain. The adrenaline that had surged through me, fueling my desperate fight, was now receding, leaving me utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. My mind, still fragmented from the brief, horrifying connection with the entity, struggled to coalesce, to make sense of the new reality I had stumbled into. Thorn's brass device, inert and useless, still clutched in my hand, felt like a cold stone. His journals, scattered on the table and cot, were a testament to a solitary war. I was now an unwilling recruit. The gray light strengthened, pushing back the last vestiges of true darkness. The clearing around the shack, previously a menacing void, slowly revealed itself. It was overgrown, choked with weeds and saplings, and the faint smudges I'd seen on the camera screen were now visible as shimmering, almost iridescent patches on the damp ground, like oil slicks but composed of pure shadow, dissolving slowly into the earth. It was a disturbing, beautiful residue of the anomaly's retreat. I pushed myself upright, a fresh wave of pain lancing through my ankle. I needed to move, to think, to plan. Sitting here exposed was not an option, even in the relative safety of dawn. The anomaly was wounded, but not gone. It would remember. My first priority was my ankle. I hobbled back to the cot, collapsing onto it. Carefully, I removed my boot and sock. The ankle was swollen, purple, and tender to the touch. It was definitely a severe sprain, perhaps even a fracture. Walking would be excruciating, but walking was my only way out. I needed to bind it. I remembered the emergency blanket. I had ripped it into pieces last night. I found a clean, unused section, tore it into strips, and gritting my teeth, wrapped my ankle as tightly as I could manage. It offered minimal support, but it was better than nothing. Next, a quick assessment of Thorne's shack. Daylight revealed more details and more grim realities. The floorboards where the anomaly had breached were now a jagged crater of splintered wood and black earth, a permanent scar. The warding glyphs Thorne had carved were indeed faded, some almost completely eroded, whispering of a long, losing battle against time and the entity's insidious pressure. The air still held that faint, lingering metallic sweetness, a ghost of its presence. I needed supplies, food, water, anything to help me survive. My backpack was still outside, near the doorframe where I dropped it in my frantic escape. I retrieved it, checking its contents. The bear spray was empty, the first aid kit depleted of the bandages I'd used on my head. My remaining energy bars and water bottle were still there, a meager ration. My phone was dead, its screen black. My camera, too. My only remaining tools were my hiking poles, the useless brass device, and Thorne's journals. I sat back on the cot, pulling the journals close. In the brighter light of day, I could read them properly, meticulously, searching for any further clues, any weaknesses, any way to truly defeat or escape this thing. Thorne had faced it for years. He had to have learned more. I started with the thickest journal, the one I had grabbed from beneath the device. It was filled with diagrams, intricate sketches of the anomaly in various forms, tendrils, amorphous blobs, the terrifying columnar shape I had witnessed. He had tried to categorize its manifestations, to understand its biology, its physics. One diagram caught my eye. It depicted a complex web of lines radiating from a central point, labeled Ley Line Nexus, Heart of the Whispers. It was a map, far more detailed than the one I had seen last night, showing geological fault lines, subterranean water flows, and superimposed upon them the suspected pathways of the anomaly's fungal network. And at the nexus, a symbol I now recognized as one of the warding glyphs, but depicted as vibrant, radiating energy, not faded. The ley lines, Thorne wrote, are not merely pathways for telluric energy. They are veins, arteries, connecting ancient nodes of power, and the entity has learned to tap into them to corrupt their flow, to turn sacred energy into sustenance for its monstrous awakening. The nexus is its anchor, its wellspring. Destroy the nexus, and we might sever its connection to this plane. Destroy the nexus. Thorne had attempted it. He had left the shack, leaving his notes, his device, everything behind, presumably on a suicidal mission to the nexus. Had he succeeded? Unlikely, given that the anomaly was still very much alive, though wounded. But perhaps he had simply run out of time or resources. I studied the map. The nexus was deep within Blackwood Forest, further than I had come. In a section Thorne had marked unstable ground, high entity activity. It was also roughly in the direction of the fire lookout tower I had been aiming for, a grim coincidence. The tower, an elevated point, would offer a better signal, a chance to call for help, but getting there would mean passing through the heart of the anomaly's domain. My ankle screamed in protest just at the thought. The sun was now fully up, casting long shadows into the clearing. It would be a long, difficult day. I ate an energy bar, forcing down the dry, chalky taste, and sipped my remaining water. I needed to move. I couldn't stay in the shack. The anomaly knew I was here, and the warding glyphs were barely holding. I packed the most relevant journals into my backpack, including the one with the map and the device instructions. Thorn's brass device, though dead, I kept. A memento, perhaps, or a grim reminder of the power I had wielded, however briefly. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something else on the table, tucked beneath some of Thorn's diagrams, a small leather pouch. I opened it. Inside, glinting in the morning light, were several raw, uncut crystals. They were clear, almost glowing with an inner luminescence, reminiscent of the energy cell in the device, but more natural, less refined. Thorn's notes mentioned crystalline energy cell, charged with accumulated telluric energy. Could these be uncharged cells, spare parts for the device, or perhaps they were meant to be used in some other way? I had no idea, but they felt potent. I tucked the pouch into my pack. Another unknown, another potential resource. With a final, lingering look at the shack, Thorn's tomb, my temporary sanctuary, I hobbled out into the clearing. The air was fresh, cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The unsettling residue of shadow was slowly fading from the ground. The forest, in daylight, seemed to reclaim its innocence, its danger muted, hidden. But I knew better. I set off in the direction Thorn's map indicated for the Nexus, which also happened to be the general direction of the fire lookout tower. Each step was agony. I leaned heavily on my hiking poles, pushing off with my good leg, dragging my injured one. The uneven ground, crisscrossed with roots and rocks, made every movement a slow, torturous ballet. The sun climbed higher, filtering through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. The sounds of the forest were amplified now, the buzz of insects, the chirping of birds, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Each sound, however natural, made me flinch, my nerves still raw from the night's ordeal. I tried to follow Thorn's map as best I could, but his symbols were cryptic, and the forest was a labyrinth. He had marked areas of high M flux and thinning veil points. I felt no strange energies, no vibrations, but perhaps that was a blessing. I just knew I needed to head generally northeast. After what felt like hours, my ankle a burning inferno of pain, my throat dry, I stopped to rest by a small stream. The water was clear and cold. I knelt, cupping my hands, and drank deeply, letting the cool liquid soothe my parched throat. My meager rations were almost gone. I needed to find a way out, and fast. I looked at Thorn's map again. The Nexus was marked with an X where several ley lines converged. It was also at the center of a large circular area labeled Concentrated Entity Activity, Do Not Enter. Great. As I rested, I began to notice subtle changes in the forest around me. The trees here seemed older, their branches twisted into grotesque, unnatural shapes. The ground was darker, damper, covered in a thick layer of black, organic matter that wasn't quite soil, not quite moss. It looked like a fungal growth, dark and spongy. Thorn S. fungus. My stomach lurched. The metallic sweet smell, faint at first, began to assert itself again, rising from the decaying leaves and the dark, spongy growth. It wasn't as overpowering as it had been last night, but it was definitely present, insidious, clinging to the air. The anomaly was here, or its influence was. I pulled out the device journal, flipping to the section on the fungus. A vast, subterranean network, a literal nervous system for the larger entity. Tissue samples, revive when exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies. This was its territory. Even in daylight, even wounded, its presence was palpable. I could feel a faint, almost subliminal hum, a low vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The whispers, they were back. I gripped my hiking poles tighter. I had to be careful. The anomaly might be nocturnal in its active hunting, but its reach extended even into the light. It could still perceive me, sense my fear. I pushed myself onward, moving more slowly, more cautiously now. Every shadow seemed to harbor a threat, every twisted branch a watchful eye. The forest grew darker, the canopy denser, blocking out most of the sun. The air was heavy still, and the metallic sweet smell grew stronger with every agonizing step. My mind raced, replaying Thorn's words. It draws sustenance from fear, from the draining of life force. I had to fight the fear to suppress it, but it was a losing battle. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. Then I saw it, a clearing larger than the Shack S, but far more ominous. It wasn't a natural clearing. It was barren. The trees that ringed it were dead, skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The ground was devoid of vegetation, a black, cracked earth, as if burned by some invisible fire. And at its center, a strange, monolithic rock formation, unlike anything I had seen. It was dark, jagged, almost obsidian, covered in those same shimmering, iridescent patches I had seen around the shack. It pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible dark light, absorbing the daylight rather than reflecting it. This had to be it, the ley line nexus, the heart of the whispers. My breath hitched in my throat. The metallic sweet smell here was overpowering, sickening. It felt like I was breathing pure fear, and the hum, the whispers, was no longer subliminal. It was a low, resonant vibration, an almost physical pressure against my eardrums, rattling my teeth. I looked at Thorn's map again. Concentrated entity activity, do not enter. I was precisely where I shouldn't be, but I was also closer to the lookout tower if I could just push through. A sudden, sharp pain flared in my head, a piercing spike that made me cry out. My vision blurred, and for a terrifying moment, I saw the clearing through 100 different eyes, a kaleidoscope of dark, shimmering light. The whispers in my mind were no longer just a hum. They were a chaotic rush of alien thoughts, of ancient hunger, of a vast, pervasive consciousness. It was trying to overwhelm me again, to integrate me. The direct integration with the fungus and the device had created a lasting connection, a vulnerability. I was now a beacon, a receiver for its influence. I stumbled, almost falling, leaning heavily on my poles. I had to fight it. I focused on Thorn's words, on the idea of counter-resonance. I clutched the dormant brass device as if its mere presence could offer a shield. The pain subsided, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. I was still myself, but the encounter had left its mark. The anomaly was weakened, but it was still trying to exert its will, to wear me down, to drive me to madness before it moved in for the kill. I peered at the monolithic rock formation at the center of the clearing. It radiated a cold, oppressive aura. I could see shimmering tendrils, almost transparent in the daylight, snaking across its surface, like veins on a diseased organ. They seemed to pulse in rhythm with the whispers. This was its heart, its anchor. Thorn had written, if I can disrupt that resonance, sever its connection, but it's a long shot, a dangerous, almost suicidal endeavor. My device was dead. I had no other weapons, no other means of disruption. I was trapped. Panic began to rise, a cold, suffocating wave. I was in the heart of its domain, wounded, exhausted, and its whispers were already starting to infiltrate my mind. I was a sitting duck. I fought to think clearly. What else did Thorn say? The fungus itself. If I could harness its inherent energetic output, its raw bioluminescence, I might be able to create a feedback loop, amplify the counterfrequency indefinitely. But that would require direct integration, a connection to the very thing I am fighting, a terrifying risk. The glowing jar, it is a contained specimen. If I could tap into its energy, but the risks, the corruption, it could overwhelm me. The jar was back in the shack, but the ground here, this black, spongy growth, this was the fungal network. Could I, in some desperate, terrifying way, tap into this? The thought was horrifying. To connect to the entity's own nervous system, its vast, sprawling consciousness. It would be suicide, but the alternative was certain death. I looked at the small leather pouch in my pack, containing Thorn's raw crystals. Could they be used for something here? Crystalline energy cell, charged with accumulated telluric energy. The nexus was a point of immense telluric energy. Could these crystals absorb it? And if so, how could I use them? I pulled out the pouch, spilling the crystals onto the dark, cracked earth. They looked like pieces of frozen light, catching the muted daylight. The whispers intensified around them, a subtle vibration that seemed to make the very air hum. I flipped through Thorn's journals again, desperate, frantically searching for any mention of the raw crystals, any other use for them. I found a passing reference, buried in an early entry. The forest itself provides nodes of potential energy. Crystalline formations, particularly quartz, act as conduits and amplifiers for telluric currents. Their proper alignment, combined with specific sigils, can either channel or disrupt energy flows. Conduits and amplifiers, disruption. This was it. This was Thorn's plan B, perhaps. Not just the device, but the raw, natural power of the forest itself, harnessed against the encroaching darkness. But how? I was no occultist, no scientist. I barely understood the words Thorn wrote. The metallic sweet smell was now cloying, suffocating. The air itself felt thick, heavy, charged with unseen menace. The hum in my head grew stronger, more insistent, closer. The anomaly was regrouping, regaining its strength, and it knew I was here at its heart. A primal instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this cursed place. But where? Into the deeper forest, to be hunted down at night. I was already so deep in, so wounded, so exhausted. This was my last stand. I looked at the obsidian monolith. Its surface seemed to ripple, the shimmering tendrils coiling and uncoiling, as if waiting. The anomaly was here, deep within the earth, connected to this point. I had to try something, anything. I picked up one of the crystals. It felt cool, smooth, humming faintly in my hand. Thorn had mentioned specific sigils, but I didn't know any. I only had the warding glyphs Thorn had carved on the shack. Could they be drawn, improvised? I looked around the barren clearing, at the dark, cracked earth. I could draw in it. I could try to recreate the glyphs. With trembling hands, I extended one of my hiking poles, using its sharp tip to scratch a crude circle in the dark earth around me, around the scattered crystals. Then, within the circle, I tried to replicate one of the simpler warding glyphs I remembered from the shack's doorframe, a series of concentric circles with radiating lines, similar to the one that had opened Thorn's jar. It was clumsy, uneven, but it was all I had. As I finished the last line of the glyph, the ground beneath me vibrated, not the subtle hum of the whispers, but a deeper, more resonant thrum, a sound that seemed to come from the very bedrock of the earth. The crystal in my hand began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, with an internal white luminescence. The other crystals on the ground also started to glow, synchronized. It was working. The crude glyph, the raw crystals, the nexus of telluric energy, they were channeling something. The metallic sweet smell intensified, but this time it was mixed with a sharp, almost ozone-like scent, like an electrical storm. The air shimmered, and a faint, high-pitched whine began to build, vibrating through my bones. From the obsidian monolith, the shimmering tendrils erupted, no longer transparent, but dark, viscous, thrashing wildly. Their glowing eyes, hundreds of them, swirled into existence, fixing on me on the glowing crystals on the crude glyph. It was enraged. My desperate ritual was directly interfering with its energy source. The monolithic rock itself began to tremble, a low growl emanating from deep within the earth. The ground around me cracked, fissures spreading from the glyph, radiating outwards. I had triggered something powerful, and I was directly in its path. The tendrils surged forward, a tidal wave of shadow, faster than I had ever seen them move. They weren't just probing, they were attacking, a coordinated, furious assault. I clutched the glowing crystal, my heart pounding. Thorn's device was dead, my camera was dead, my phone was dead. I had nothing, but I had the crystals. I had this connection, this raw, unfiltered energy. Conduits and amplifiers for telluric currents, channel or disrupt energy flows. My mind raced, fueled by pure, desperate adrenaline. If they channeled energy, could they release it? Could I weaponize them? I aimed the glowing crystal, which was now pulsing with an intense, blinding white light, at the incoming tendrils. With a guttural cry born of terror and defiance, I hurled it. The crystal flew through the air, a miniature supernova, impacting the leading edge of the tendrils with a deafening crack. An explosion of pure, raw energy erupted. Not a physical explosion, but a sonic and vibrational shockwave. The tendrils recoiled, not just shrinking, but dissolving, melting away into wisps of dark smoke, their glowing eyes sputtering out like doused candles. A guttural shriek, filled with pain and fury, tore through the air, emanating from the monolith. It worked. The crystals, charged by the nexus and amplified by the glyph, were a weapon. But I had only thrown one. There were still many more tendrils, more crystals. The anomaly, though wounded, was vast. It recovered quickly. More tendrils erupted from the monolith, thicker, darker, their eyes burning with renewed malevolence. They bypassed the lingering residue of the exploded crystal, surging towards me from other angles. I grabbed another crystal, now glowing furiously, its white light almost painful to look at. I could feel its power, raw and untamed, coursing through my hand. I launched it, then another, targeting the densest concentrations of tendrils. Each crystal exploded with a terrifying concussion of energy, pushing back the encroaching shadow. But I was running out of crystals, and the anomaly was adapting. It was starting to spread out, to attack from multiple directions simultaneously, forcing me to scatter my precious projectiles. My ankle, already screaming, now buckled. I fell to one knee, crying out in pain, dropping the remaining crystals. They lay on the ground, glowing fiercely, creating a small, intensely bright perimeter around me. The tendrils paused, held at bay by the radiating energy of the crystals, but they coiled and writhed at the edge of the light, patiently waiting, their hundreds of eyes fixed on my broken figure. They knew I was vulnerable. They were waiting for me to falter, to break. The whispers in my head were a deafening roar now, a chaotic symphony of hunger and rage. It was trying to shatter my mind, to drive me insane. I could feel its cold, alien consciousness pressing in, seeking to consume me. I looked at the obsidian monolith. It was throbbing now, a low, guttural pulse echoing through the ground. From its base, where the tendrils erupted, I could see what looked like cracks forming, radiating outward. My attacks were damaging its anchor, its connection point. This wasn't just a fight for survival. It was a fight to sever its connection, to close the veil, as Thorn had described. If I could shatter the monolith, perhaps I could drive it back for good. But I was out of crystals, and the monolith was massive, solid. I couldn't physically destroy it. I needed a bigger blast, a more concentrated force. I looked at Thorn's brass device, still tucked into my pack. It was dead, its energy cell completely drained, but it had amplified a counter-resonance. It had focused energy. An insane idea sparked in my mind. What if I could use the crystals, not as projectiles, but as a power source for the device? If I could replicate the direct integration from the jar, but with the raw, untamed energy of the Nexus itself. I fumbled with my pack, pulling out the dead device. The tendrils, sensing my distraction, surged forward, pushing past the diminishing light of the remaining crystals. I felt the first cold, wet slither of a tendril against my boot. I screamed, a raw, primal sound, and scrambled back, grabbing the device. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, searched for the tiny, sample intake port biofeedback loop. I looked at the nearest glowing crystal. It was too large to fit into the small slot. I needed to break off a piece. With a desperate surge of strength, I brought the butt of my hiking pole down on the crystal. It shattered with a sharp crack, sending fragments of pure light scattering across the ground. I grabbed one of the smaller shards, barely larger than my thumb. It pulsed with intense, almost blinding white light, radiating immense energy. My fingers, clumsy with pain and terror, maneuvered the shard towards the tiny slot on the device. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming now, choking me. The whispers were a deafening scream inside my head. Just as the tendrils reached the edge of my makeshift barrier of light, just as I felt another cold, slimy touch against my exposed skin, I pushed the crystal shard into the device's slot. The reaction was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The brass device, which had been cold and inert, flared to life with a terrifying, blinding intensity. The small crystalline energy cell, previously dark, erupted into a violent, churning vortex of white and emerald green light. The brass casing heated instantly, becoming almost too hot to touch. And the hum, the counter-resonance, was no longer a whine. It was a deafening roar, a vibrational force that threatened to tear me apart from the inside. The metallic sweet smell intensified to an unbearable degree, a burning, acrid stench that made me gag. The whispers in my head were silenced, overwhelmed by the device's roar, leaving a void of terrifying silence. The tendrils, which had been almost upon me, froze. They didn't recoil. They simply stopped, rigid and unmoving, their glowing eyes fixed on the device, on the sheer, untamed power it now wielded. I was connected again, but this time it wasn't the subtle, insidious connection of the fungus in the shack. This was raw, explosive energy, channeled directly from the Nexus, amplified by Thorn's device and surging through me. I felt a dizzying rush, a surge of power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. It was too much. It was burning me from the inside out. I could feel my own consciousness fraying, dissolving into the overwhelming force. But I had a purpose, Thorn's purpose: disrupt its cellular cohesion, its very energetic matrix. sever its connection. With a scream that was half rage, half agony, I raised the device, aiming its glowing, roaring opening directly at the obsidian monolith, at the very heart of the nexus. I squeezed the trigger. A beam of pure, focused energy, a roaring column of invisible force, erupted from the device. It wasn't light, it was an anti-force, a disruptive resonance, a wave of pure, concentrated destruction. It struck the obsidian monolith with an impact that was felt more than seen. The monolith didn't just crack, it didn't just splinter, it imploded. With a deafening THWOMP that vibrated through the earth itself, the massive obsidian rock, the ancient anchor of the anomaly, shattered into a million fragments. It wasn't an explosion of debris, it was an implosion, as if a vacuum had swallowed the rock whole. The tendrils that had covered its surface, the countless glowing eyes, dissolved instantly into dark smoke, vanishing without a trace. The ground around me convulsed, ripping apart with violent cracks. Trees at the edge of the clearing groaned, some splitting down the middle, others toppling with agonizing slowness. The air itself seemed to scream, a high-pitched, tearing sound, as if the fabric of reality was being shredded. And then, silence. An absolute, profound silence. A silence that was heavier, more oppressive than any I had experienced. The roar of the device died. The crystalline shard, now a dull gray stone, fell from the slot. The brass casing, still scorching hot, became inert. The metallic sweet smell was gone, completely, replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of ozone and something akin to burnt earth. I lay on the ground, my body shaking, my ears ringing, my mind a blank slate of shock and exhaustion. My ankle was a distant, dull ache. Every cell in my body throbbed with the residual aftershocks of immense power. I had done it. I had destroyed the Nexus. I pushed myself up, my vision blurry, my limbs heavy. The clearing was a scene of devastation. Where the obsidian monolith had stood, there was now a gaping, smoking crater, black and empty. The surrounding trees were ravaged, broken. The ground was scarred, torn open by massive fissures that snaked across the landscape. The fungal growth, the black, spongy earth, was shriveled, desiccated, turning to ash in the residual heat. The anomaly's nervous system, its vast network, was collapsing. But was it truly gone? Thorne had said disrupt its cellular cohesion, sever its connection, not destroy. I looked around the devastated clearing. No tendrils, no glowing eyes, no hum, no whispers, just a profound, almost peaceful stillness. It was gone, or at least driven back, severed from its anchor. A wave of relief, so profound it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I had survived. I had fought it, and I had won, at least for now. But the silence was unnerving, too absolute, and the devastation I had caused this. I, a lone hiker with a broken ankle and a desperate plan, had unleashed unimaginable power. I had to get out of here. This place was a scar on the earth, a monument to a battle I never should have fought. I grabbed my hiking poles, forcing myself to stand. The sun was now high in the sky, a searing white disk through the ravaged canopy. The faint sounds of the natural forest were slowly returning, tentative, as if exploring the edges of this new, terrifying quiet. I turned my back to the smoking crater and began to hobble slowly, painfully, out of the clearing, away from the devastation, towards the direction I hoped would lead me to the fire lookout tower, to civilization. The forest here was still damaged, the ground unstable, but it felt empty. The oppressive weight was gone. The cold chill had receded. Only the physical pain, the exhaustion, and the lingering trauma remained. I walked, focusing on one agonizing step after another. Hours passed. The sun began its slow descent, casting long, fractured shadows through the splintered trees. My water was gone. My throat was raw. My ankles screamed with every movement. Just as despair threatened to consume me, as the thought of another night in this cursed forest became unbearable, I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, a glint of metal, faint but unmistakable, and then the structure itself. The fire lookout tower, a tall, angular silhouette against the late afternoon sky, its metal frame gleaming faintly. It looked like a beacon, a symbol of safety, of human presence. My heart leaped. Relief, pure and overwhelming, surged through me, eclipsing the pain, the exhaustion, the terror. I was almost there. I pushed myself onward, finding a reserve of strength I didn't know I had. Each step was a battle, but the sight of the tower was a powerful motivator. As I got closer, the details resolved. It was old, certainly, but well maintained. A small cabin, or rather a platform, sat atop the tower, reached by a long, winding staircase, and at the base a small, weathered sign, Blackwood Lookout Ranger Station. A ranger station. That meant people. That meant help. I hobbled into the small clearing at the base of the tower. There was a small, dusty parking area, a picnic table, and a locked gate. No cars. No signs of immediate human presence. My heart sank slightly, but it was a ranger station. Someone had to be here, or at least visit regularly. I looked up at the platform. The windows were dark, no lights on, but there was a flag hanging limp in the still air and a faint, almost imperceptible hum. A generator, perhaps, or a radio. I pushed through the locked gate, ignoring the protesting groan of rusty hinges. I had to get up there. I had to find a way to contact the outside world. The staircase was long, winding upwards, an endless spiral of metal steps. Each step was an excruciating climb for my injured ankle, but I forced myself onward, gripping the railing, pulling myself up with my arms. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the top platform. The air was cooler up here, and a soft breeze stirred. I could see for miles, the vast, undulating canopy of Blackwood forest spreading out beneath me, an ocean of green and shadow. The small cabin on the platform had a door, a heavy wooden one, also locked. I tried the handle, but it was solid. My heart sank again. I slumped against the railing, my chest heaving, my lungs burning, so close and yet still locked out. I looked around the platform. There was a small, weather-beaten wooden bench, a locked storage box, and a tall antennae array reaching up into the sky. And next to the antenna, a small metal panel with a keypad. It was a satellite phone, or a radio. A direct line to the outside world. Hope flared again, desperate and fierce. I just needed to open the door or find a way to access that panel. I searched the perimeter of the platform, looking for a hidden key, a loose window, anything. My eyes fell on the locked storage box. It was a sturdy metal box, probably for supplies. I pulled out my multi-tool, all but forgotten. It was still bent and damaged from my earlier struggles, but perhaps. I tried to jimmy the lock on the door. No luck. I tried the storage box. Also no luck. My frustration grew, mixing with the exhaustion. Then I noticed it, a small, almost invisible crack in the wooden doorframe near the handle. And tucked into the crack, barely visible, a small metallic object.
Okay.
My heart leaped into my throat. With trembling fingers, I pried it out. It was old, rusty, but undeniably a key. I pushed it into the lock on the door. It turned with a satisfying click. With a deep, shuddering breath, I pushed the door open. The cabin was small, cramped, but felt like a palace after the shack. There was a desk, a worn chair, a sleeping bag rolled up in a corner, and a small propane heater. And on the desk, a two-way radio, a small laptop, and a map of Blackwood Forest, covered in various markings. I staggered inside, slamming the door shut behind me, fumbling with the lock. I was safe, truly safe, for the first time in days. I collapsed into the chair, my head spinning, my body shaking uncontrollably. My eyes immediately went to the radio. It was a standard park ranger model with a microphone and... The radio, a standard park ranger model, sat on the desk. Its microphone was attached by a coiled cord, waiting. My hands trembled as I reached for it, the exhaustion and terror of the past days culminating in this single, desperate act. This was my lifeline. This was salvation. I fumbled with the knobs, my fingers clumsy. Channel 1, distress, emergency frequency. Thorne's journals had mentioned local radio signals, but my mind was too scrambled to recall specifics. I just needed any channel that would reach someone. I pushed the power button. A faint crackle filled the small cabin, a sound more beautiful than any symphony. The green indicator light glowed steadily. It was on. It was working. I picked up the microphone, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hello, is anyone there? This is an emergency. I'm at Blackwood Lookout. I need help. My voice was hoarse, raw from screaming and exhaustion, barely a whisper. I tried again, louder, putting all my remaining strength into it. Mayday, Mayday, Blackwood Lookout. I'm injured. I need rescue. Is anyone receiving? I waited, straining my ears, listening intently to the crackle. Silence. Just the static, mocking my desperate plea. Was it too far? Was no one listening? Or was the entire forest dead, cut off from the world? Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my relief. I tried another channel, then another, repeating my distress call, my voice growing weaker with each attempt. Nothing. Just the endless static, the empty airwaves. My eyes fell on the small laptop next to the radio. It was closed, but perhaps it had a satellite connection or could connect to the radio. I cautiously opened it. The screen flickered to life, showing a login screen. A username and password were required. Of course, park ranger equipment wouldn't just be left open. I tried common defaults, ranger, admin, password, but nothing worked. It was locked. Hope, which had soared so high, began to plummet, crashing into the hard reality of my situation. I was in a lookout tower, yes, but I was still alone, still cut off, still injured. I slumped back in the chair, defeated, the microphone falling from my numb fingers. My head swam. The adrenaline was completely gone now, leaving me utterly spent. My ankle throbbed relentlessly. I needed rest, food, water, and proper medical attention. But first and foremost, I needed to reach someone. I scanned the small cabin, desperate for another solution. The map of Blackwood Forest on the desk caught my eye. It was old, yellowed, covered in handwritten notes and highlighted sections. This was Thorne's map, but it was similar, charting trails, campsites, and ley lines. No, not ley lines. Geological anomalies, high magnetic flux, unusual flora distribution. The ranger, whoever they were, had clearly been observing strange phenomena in the forest too, perhaps unknowingly charting the anomaly's presence. I saw familiar markings, the unstable ground area, directly corresponding to Thorn-S concentrated entity activity and my devastated Nexus site. The ranger had marked it with a hand-drawn skull and crossbones and a note, extremely dangerous, advise against entry, reports of disorientation, sensory distortions. My blood ran cold. Disorientation, sensory distortions, the whispers. The ranger hadn't recognized the entity for what it was, but they had clearly experienced its effects. The anomaly had been here for a long time, its influence subtly shaping the forest, twisting perception, making people sick, driving them away. I noticed a small, leather-bound logbook next to the map. Its cover was worn, its pages yellowed. I opened it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Perhaps this would give me answers. The first entry was dated years ago. October 12th, routine patrol. Noticed unusual fungal growth near Miller's Creek. Dark, spongy. Sent sample to regional office for analysis. Haven't heard back. Miller's Creek, that was close to where I'd found Thorn's shack. The fungal growth, Thorn-S fungus. It had been here for a long time, silently spreading. Further entries detailed strange occurrences. November 3rd, hikers reported feeling watched, unsettled in the north sector. One complained of intense headache, ringing ears, advised them to leave the park. The whispers. December 19th, large deer population seems to have vanished from central Blackwood. No signs of predation, just gone, the anomaly's hunger. January 27th, found several dead birds near the unstable ground region. No visible injuries, but seemed desiccated like they'd been drained. Very unsettling. Drained life force. The entries continued, growing increasingly desperate, the ranger's observations morphing from scientific curiosity to growing alarm. March 10th, the humming, it's getting stronger. I can hear it even up here, a low thrum, and sometimes whispers, like voices on the wind, but no wind. Am I losing my mind? April 5th, the trees are dying near the nexus point. Not diseased, just shriveling. The ground is turning black. The air, it has a strange smell. Metallic, sweet, sickening. May 2nd, I tried to report it. They think I'm overtired, imagining things. Regional office sent a psychologist. Says it's stress-induced auditory hallucinations. I know what I'm hearing. I know what I'm feeling. It's in the forest. It's watching. The ranger was experiencing exactly what Thorn had. They were witnessing the anomaly's slow, insidious encroachment, but lacked Thorn's specialized knowledge and equipment to understand it. They were simply a lone park ranger, isolated, dismissed as crazy. The final entry, scrawled in a shaky hand, was dated just 2 days ago. June 17th, the hum is constant. The whispers are almost deafening. It's awake. I saw something last night down in the clearing, a shadow but solid, and the air was thick with that smell. It's getting stronger. It knows I'm here. I'm evacuating at dawn. I can't fight this. No one would believe me. Dawn 2 days ago, the ranger had left. That explained the lack of response on the radio, the locked cabin, the empty parking lot. I was truly alone here. The ranger had fled, just as I desperately needed to. A fresh wave of despair washed over me, colder and deeper than before. I had hoped to find safety, to find help. Instead, I had found only confirmation of the enormity of the threat, and a chilling testament to the isolation Thorn and now I faced. I pushed away the logbook, the ranger's words echoing Thorn's, highlighting the futility of trying to warn the world. Who would believe me? a traumatized hiker with a broken ankle, babbling about interdimensional entities and ley line nexuses. They'd lock me up. I needed to recover, to heal, to think. The sun was setting now, casting long, crimson shadows across the forest, painting the sky in fiery hues. Another night was coming, a night that, while the anomaly was wounded, still held immense danger. I needed to secure the cabin. I checked the windows. They were small, sturdy, with metal latches. I locked them all. The door was heavy, solid wood, and I reinforced its lock with a crude wedge fashioned from a piece of wood I found on the floor. It wasn't perfect, but it offered a semblance of security. Next, my body. I opened Thorne's pack, pulling out the remaining energy bars and my empty water bottle. I found a half-empty water jug in the cabin, a lifesaver. I drank deeply, savoring the cool, refreshing liquid. I ate another energy bar, forcing myself to chew and swallow, knowing I needed the sustenance. My ankle was still a burning agony. I carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage, grimacing at the swelling and bruising. It was definitely a severe sprain, if not a fracture. I needed to keep it elevated to rest it. I found a small first aid kit in the cabin's supply locker. It contained pain relievers, fresh bandages, and an antiseptic. I cleaned and rebandaged my ankle, taking extra care to make it as supportive as possible. The pain pills helped dull the throbbing, allowing me a small measure of relief. I collapsed onto the sleeping bag on the floor, pulling it over me. My body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. My mind, still reeling from the encounter at the Nexus, struggled to find peace. The vastness of the anomaly, its ancient hunger, its terrifying intelligence, it haunted me. I had seen its world, however briefly, and that knowledge was a heavy burden. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the images, the whispers, the metallic sweet smell that still lingered in my mind's nose. I needed to sleep. I needed to heal. I needed to think of a plan. Sleep, when it came, was fitful, filled with nightmares of thrashing tendrils and glowing eyes. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The cabin was dark, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of the distant starlight through the small windows. The forest outside was silent, too silent. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, none of the natural sounds I had heard on the walk up. It was a watchful silence, a predatory quiet that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Had I truly driven it away, or was it just waiting? I lay there for a long time, listening, straining my ears for any sound, any hum, any whisper. Nothing. Only the steady thrum of my own fear. Eventually, exhausted, I drifted back into a restless sleep, waking periodically to check the silence, to ensure the cabin was still sealed, that the anomaly hadn't found a way in. Dawn finally broke, a welcome relief. The sun's rays, filtered through the high windows, warmed the small cabin. The oppressive quiet of the night receded, replaced by the tentative chirping of birds, a sound that brought tears to my eyes. The forest was returning to normal, or at least pretending to. I felt marginally better, the pain pills having provided some much-needed respite for my ankle. But I was still in Blackwood Forest, still isolated, still with no way to communicate. I needed a new plan. Evacuation was still the priority. But how? The radio was dead. The laptop was locked. My phone and camera were dead. I had to hike out, but my ankle. I looked at the map again. There was a paved road marked a few miles west of the tower, leading out of the park. It was a long, painful walk, but it was my only option. Before I left, I decided to do one more check of the ranger station's contents. Perhaps there was something I missed, something that could help me. I thoroughly searched the desk, the lockers, even under the bed. Hidden beneath a stack of old magazines, I found it. A small, nondescript USB drive. It looked like an ordinary flash drive, but my gut told me it was more. The ranger had been documenting strange things. Could this be more data? A digital version of the logbook, perhaps with more detailed observations? The laptop was locked, so I couldn't access it immediately. But if I could get to a place with a working computer, this could be invaluable. I slipped the USB drive into my pocket, a tiny spark of hope rekindling within me. I also found a sturdy wooden hiking stick, much stronger than my own flimsy poles, left behind by the ranger. It would offer more support for my injured ankle, and in a small drawer, a pair of binoculars. They might be useful for spotting the road or for any unexpected dangers. I took one last look around the cabin. Then, with a heavy heart, I opened the door. The fresh morning air hit me, invigorating yet reminding me of the journey ahead. The descent down the metal stairs was even more agonizing than the climb. Each step sent jolts of pain through my ankle. I leaned heavily on the new hiking stick, gritting my teeth, my focus absolute. Get down, then get out. Finally, I reached the ground, collapsing onto the dusty earth for a moment, letting the wave of nausea pass. My ankle was throbbing fiercely, but I had made it this far. I looked towards the west, where the map indicated the road lay. Miles of dense forest, winding trails, and uneven terrain separated me from freedom. It would be a slow, torturous crawl. I started walking, forcing myself to take one painful step after another. The sun was rising higher, casting long shadows into the forest. The natural sounds were now clearer, louder, almost normal, but I knew better. I still felt that faint, underlying presence, that subtle hum that was just beneath the threshold of hearing, a reminder that the anomaly was still out there, dispersed, wounded, but still alive.
Has awakened.
I gripped Thorn's brass device in my hand. It was dead, but its weight was a comfort, a reminder of the power I had wielded, however briefly. The crystals were still in my pack, dull and inert, but a symbol of the raw energy I had tapped into. The day dragged on, a blur of pain, exhaustion, and forced determination. I hobbled through dense undergrowth, navigated around fallen trees, and stumbled across rocky paths. My water supply dwindled again, and I forced myself to ration sips. I was running on fumes, fueled by sheer will and the desperate need to escape. As the afternoon wore on, the forest began to change. It became less wild, less ancient. The trees were younger, the undergrowth thinner. I started to see signs of human presence again, faint, almost overgrown trails, discarded candy wrappers, and the distant, almost imperceptible sound of traffic. Civilization. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of energy. I pushed harder, ignoring the fiery pain in my ankle, focusing solely on the promise of asphalt, of people, of safety. Then through a break in the trees, I saw it. A narrow, two-lane paved road stretching out like a gray ribbon, shimmering in the late afternoon sun. It was real. I had made it. With a sob of relief, I stumbled out of the tree line, collapsing onto the shoulder of the road. I lay there for a moment, breathing heavily, tears streaming down my face. I had done it. I had survived Blackwood Forest. The road was empty, no cars in sight, stretching in both directions into the distant haze. But it was a road. It would lead somewhere. I pushed myself up, using my hiking stick and the ranger's staff as crutches. I started walking, limping along the edge of the asphalt, heading in a direction I hoped would lead to a town, to people, to help. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the sun dipping lower towards the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and purples. My ankle was screaming, my throat was raw, my body was on the verge of collapse. Just as the last vestiges of daylight began to fade, a distant rumble reached my ears. A vehicle. My heart leaped. I turned, scanning the horizon. A small pickup truck, old and dusty, appeared in the distance, heading towards me. I waved frantically with my free arm, shouting, though my voice was barely a croak. The truck slowed, then pulled over, a plume of dust rising around it. The driver, a burly man with a weathered face and a thick beard, leaned out the window, his eyes wide with concern. "Whoa there, son. You look like you've been through the ringer. What happened to you?" Relief washed over me so profoundly that my legs gave out. I collapsed onto the ground, sobbing, the words tumbling out in a broken rush. The forest, I was lost, injured. The man, clearly alarmed, quickly got out of the truck and came to my side. "Easy, easy there. Let's get you in the truck. My name's Hank. I'm a local hunter, just heading home. You're a long way from anywhere, kid." Hank helped me into the passenger seat, gently lifting my injured leg. The cab was old, smelling of pine and dog, but it felt like the safest place in the world. As he drove, I tried to piece together a coherent story, carefully omitting the parts about interdimensional entities and ancient horrors. I stuck to the narrative of a lost hiker, a fall, and a bad sprain. Hank listened patiently, nodding occasionally. Blackwood can be a nasty place, especially if you get off the trails. Seen plenty of folks get turned around in there. You're lucky to be out, especially with an ankle like that. Lucky, the word tasted bitter on my tongue. I had done more than just get lost. I had fought a war. As we drove, the forest slowly receded, giving way to rolling hills and then, finally, to scattered houses and eventually, the outskirts of a small town. The lights of civilization, warm and inviting, beckoned. Hank dropped me off at the local clinic, insisting he'd stay until I was seen. The nurses immediately took me in, their faces filled with concern at my disheveled appearance, my injuries, and my obvious trauma. I was a mess, dehydrated, exhausted, suffering from a severe sprain, multiple cuts and bruises, and a concussion from my earlier fall. They cleaned my wounds, set my ankle in a brace, and gave me more pain medication. Later, a kind-faced doctor, Dr. Evans, sat beside my bed. "You've had quite an ordeal, young man," he said, his voice gentle. "Lost in the woods for days, injured. It's a miracle you made it out." I nodded, the words miracle and ordeal feeling like vast understatements. I fell, hit my head. It was disorienting. I still couldn't bring myself to tell the truth. Who would believe me? He looked at me with a knowing expression. The ranger at the Blackwood lookout reported similar symptoms before she left. Disorientation, sensory distortions. The forest can play tricks on your mind. He thinks I'm traumatized, perhaps hallucinating, just like the ranger, the same old story. A police officer came by, a kindly woman named Officer Miller. She took my statement, again listening patiently as I recounted the sanitized version of events. She asked about my phone, my camera, my backpack. I explained they were lost or broken. I deliberately did not mention Thorne's journals, the brass device, or the pouch of crystals still hidden in my pack, now tucked under my hospital pillow. Those were my secrets, my burden. After the examination, the doctors insisted I stay overnight for observation, given the concussion and dehydration. I was grateful for the bed, for the quiet, for the safety. Lying in the sterile hospital bed, surrounded by the comforting hum of medical equipment, I finally allowed myself to truly relax. The pain medication dulled the ache in my ankle, and the exhaustion pulled me into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke to the soft light of morning, feeling more rested than I had in days, perhaps weeks. The panic was gone, replaced by a deep sense of calm, of having survived. A nurse brought me breakfast, bland hospital food, but it tasted like a feast. As I ate, I thought about what to do next. My initial plan was to get to a computer, access the USB drive from the Ranger, and try to make sense of everything. But I needed to get out of the hospital first, and I needed to be careful. Officer Miller returned later, her expression more serious. "We found your car, by the way, abandoned at the Blackwood trailhead, and we're trying to locate a man named Thorne. An eccentric individual, lives in a shack deep in the woods, apparently. Any connection?" My heart skipped a beat. They knew about Thorne. The authorities were looking into Blackwood Forest. This was my chance. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "I stumbled upon his shack when I was lost. He was gone, but he left behind some things, journals." Officer Miller's eyes narrowed. "Journals? What kind of journals?" They document some strange occurrences in the forest, things he was investigating. I think they might be important, but they're complicated, hard to believe." She leaned forward. "We've had increasing reports of unusual activity in Blackwood. Disappearances, strange phenomena, the Rangers report. We're taking it seriously now. What did these journals say?" This was it, the moment of truth. I could tell her. I could try to explain the truth, the terrifying, unbelievable truth. Or I could continue to lie, to sanitize, and hope someone else pieced it together. But the anomaly wasn't gone. It was merely wounded, its anchor destroyed, driven back. It was an ancient, pervasive consciousness, and it would return. I had to warn someone credible, someone with the resources to understand and to fight. Thorne's journals, combined with my first-hand account, might be enough. "Officer Miller," I began, my voice clear and firm, "Thorne was investigating something far beyond what you can imagine, something ancient and malevolent, living deep within the forest. It feeds on fear, on life force. It draws power from what he called ley lines, and I fought it." Her eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief, then perhaps a hint of concern. "Fought it? What exactly are you talking about?" I took a deep breath. He called it the anomaly. It's an entity, an interdimensional being trying to cross over into our world, and it was anchored to a specific point in the forest, a ley line nexus. I destroyed that anchor. The words, spoken aloud, sounded even crazier than they had in my head. I expected her to scoff, to dismiss me as delusional, but she just stared at me, her face unreadable. "You destroyed it," she finally said, her voice quiet. "What exactly did you use?" I hesitated, then decided to commit. Thorne had a device, and I used raw energy from the Nexus itself. It was the only way. Officer Miller leaned back, her gaze unwavering. She didn't dismiss me, not yet. "You realize how extraordinary this sounds." "I know," I said, "but I have proof, or at least Thorne had proof. His journals, and the USB drive from the Ranger. It contains more of her observations. I kept them." I pointed to my backpack, still tucked beneath my pillow. "They're in there, and there's something else." I carefully pulled out Thorne's brass device, still inert, still dead, but a tangible piece of the impossible. "This is the device. It's what saved me, what let me fight back." Officer Miller picked up the device, turning it over in her hands, her brow furrowed. She looked at its intricate, alien design, its strangely warm brass. Then she looked back at me, a new expression in her eyes, not skepticism, but a dawning realization, a terrifying understanding. "All right," she said, her voice barely a whisper. This is going to be a lot to unpack, but I'm going to need everything. The journals, the USB drive, and your full, unedited story. Because if even a fraction of what you're saying is true, this isn't just a local police matter anymore." She paused, then added, her gaze fixed on the brass device in her hand. "I'm going to make some calls to higher authorities, people who deal with unusual phenomena, but I need you to understand, this is going to be incredibly difficult. You're going to be questioned, scrutinized. Are you ready for that?" I met her gaze, my resolve hardening. Thorn had warned of the global stakes. This was bigger than just me, bigger than Blackwood Forest. If the anomaly wasn't truly gone, if it could return, humanity needed to be prepared. "I'm ready," I said, my voice steady, despite the tremor in my hands. "I have to be, because it's still out there, and it's going to be furious." Officer Miller nodded slowly, her grip tightening on the brass device. "All right, then let's start from the beginning, every single detail." And so I began to tell my story, the real story, about the whispers, the metallic sweet smell, the impossible tendrils, the ancient entity, Thorn, his journals, the desperate fight for survival, and the destruction of the Nexus. I spoke for hours, recounting every terrifying detail, every impossible encounter, watching Officer Miller's expression shift from wary skepticism to growing, chilling belief. She took copious notes, asking probing questions, her mind clearly trying to reconcile my account with her understanding of reality. She sent a patrol car to retrieve my backpack from the lookout tower, including Thorn's precious journals and the pouch of crystals. By the time I finished, the sun was beginning to set again. Officer Miller sat back, her face pale, the gravity of my words finally sinking in. This is beyond anything I've ever encountered," she murmured. "A whole different level of threat. Thorn believed it could destroy all of humanity if it fully crossed the veil," I said, the weight of his words heavy on my tongue. "He sacrificed everything to fight it." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a new understanding, a new respect, and a profound fear. "And you stopped it, for now." "For now," I confirmed, "but it's not gone, it retreated. It's wounded, but it's ancient. It will adapt, it will remember." Officer Miller closed her notebook with a snap. "All right, I'm making that call, to federal agencies, to specialists. We're going to need a bigger team than just the local sheriff's department to deal with this." She stood up, the brass device still clutched in her hand. "You get some more rest. This is just the beginning. Your life, and perhaps all our lives, just got a lot more complicated." As she left, the hospital room felt colder, the sterile quiet more profound. I was no longer just a lost hiker. I was a witness, a survivor, a messenger, and perhaps an unwilling soldier in a war I never wanted to join. The next few days were a blur of questioning. Federal agents arrived, grim-faced individuals in dark suits who listened intently to my story, cross-referencing it with Thorn's detailed journals and the Ranger's logs. They meticulously examined the brass device, the inert crystals, and the satellite imagery of the devastated Nexus site. I was transferred to a discreet facility, away from the prying eyes of the local media, who were only told I was a traumatized hiker recovering from a traumatic incident in Blackwood Forest. Here, I was given advanced medical care, psychological evaluation, and endless debriefings. The agents, initially skeptical, grew increasingly convinced. The consistent details in Thorne's journals, the ranger's log, the physical evidence of the brass device, and the undeniable seismic and geological anomalies detected at the Nexus site after my event. It was all too much to dismiss. My story, however fantastic, was corroborated by a growing mountain of evidence. One of the lead agents, a woman named Dr. Eris, a sharp-eyed, no-nonsense scientist with a background in fringe physics, spent hours with me. She seemed to grasp the complex concepts Thorne had outlined, asking intelligent, penetrating questions about the anomaly's nature, its abilities, and its connection to the ley lines. "So you're certain it's still out there?" she asked one afternoon, her gaze intense. That destroying the Nexus only severed its primary anchor, but didn't eliminate it entirely. Thorne believed it was too ancient, too vast to be truly destroyed by conventional means, I explained, my voice steady. He spoke of disruption, of driving it back. He said it would adapt. Dr. Eris nodded slowly, her expression grim. Our analysis of the energy readings from the Nexus site indicates a massive, localized energetic discharge, followed by a sudden, profound drop in telluric energy. Whatever you did, it was incredibly effective. But the sheer scale of the anomaly, it's truly terrifying. She paused, then continued. We've also found something disturbing. Our own historical records, going back decades, show isolated, unexplained incidents in various remote regions across the globe. Disappearances, mass animal deaths, localized ecological collapses, all with similar, faint energetic signatures. These reports were always dismissed as hoaxes, environmental disasters, or mass hysteria. But now, with Thorne's framework, with your experience, it all fits. The anomaly isn't new. It's been here, probing, encroaching, for a very long time. My blood ran cold. Thorne had been right. It was a global threat. What about the connection? Dr. Eris asked, her voice softer now. When you integrated with the fungus, you felt its consciousness. Do you still feel anything? I closed my eyes, focusing. The metallic sweet smell was gone. The overwhelming whispers were gone. But there was still a faint echo, a subliminal pressure at the back of my mind, a sense of vastness, of immense, ancient awareness. It wasn't actively communicating, but the connection, however faint, remained. The faint hum, I admitted, a residual echo. It's not active, but I know it's there, and I think it knows I'm here. Dr. Eris's face tightened. We need to monitor that closely. The risk of ongoing psychic influence, or even a pathway for the anomaly to re-establish a link through you, it's a significant concern. I nodded, the implications chilling. I was a target, a beacon, perhaps even a vulnerability. What's the plan now? I asked. What are we going to do? Dr. Eris leaned forward, placing a hand on my arm. Her eyes were serious, filled with the weight of her new understanding. The first step is to fully understand what we're dealing with, to combine Thorne's research with our own scientific models, to develop new countermeasures, new devices. The brass device you brought, it's incredible. A marvel of a science we don't yet fully comprehend. We're dissecting it, reverse engineering it. And Blackwood Forest, I pressed. Is it safe? For now, it's under quarantine, she replied. Classified as a hazardous ecological anomaly. No one goes in or out. We're establishing observation posts, setting up sensors, trying to detect any lingering activity. But without a nexus, it's dispersed, fragmented. That gives us time. Time, that was a relief. But it also meant it wasn't over, not by a long shot. We need your help, Dr. Eris continued. Your unique experience, your understanding of Thorn's work, your connection. You're our most valuable asset in this fight. We want you to join us. My breath hitched, join them. A civilian, a hiker, thrust into a secret war against an interdimensional entity. It was unthinkable. And yet, after what I had been through, what I had seen, I knew I couldn't just walk away. This was my responsibility now, my burden. I looked at Dr. Eris, at the determined glint in her eyes. What would that entail? Training, education, working with top scientists, military strategists, specialists in fringe science, understanding Thorn's legacy and helping us expand upon it, potentially developing new ways to fight this thing. It's dangerous. It's classified. Your life as you knew it will be over. My life as I knew it was already over the moment I stepped into Blackwood Forest. I thought of Thorn, alone in his shack, fighting this battle for years, dismissed and forgotten. I wouldn't let his sacrifice be in vain. I wouldn't let humanity be blindsided. I'll do it, I said, my voice firm. I'll join you. Dr. Eris smiled, a faint, almost imperceptible curve of her lips. It was a smile of relief, of grim determination. Good, welcome to the team. We have a lot of work to do, and it starts now. Over the next few weeks and months, my life transformed. I was immersed in a world of advanced science, classified operations, and terrifying realities. I learned about quantum entanglement, subetheric vibrations, and the complex physics of interdimensional travel. I delved deeper into Thorn's journals, uncovering more of his theories, his desperate experiments, his unyielding resolve. My physical injuries healed, but the scars on my psyche remained. The memory of the anomaly, its vast consciousness, its ancient hunger, was etched into my mind. I underwent intense psychological evaluations, not just to cope with the trauma, but to understand and manage the lingering psychic connection I had with the entity. My training was rigorous, exhaustive. I was no longer a civilian hiker. I was becoming a student of the impossible. My days were filled with lectures on theoretical physics, quantum mechanics, and xenogeology, the study of impossible Earth formations. Dr. Eris was my primary mentor, her sharp intellect cutting through the scientific jargon to help me grasp concepts that seemed to defy common sense. She believed my unique perspective, my first-hand experience, was invaluable. Thorn's work, she explained one morning, gesturing at a complex holographic projection of subetheric energy patterns, was revolutionary. He intuited principles of energy manipulation that our top physicists are only just beginning to theorize. The veil isn't a mystical barrier, it's a dimensional membrane. The anomaly isn't a ghost, it's an entity existing partially in another dimension, reaching into ours through points of high telluric energy. I absorbed everything, connecting the abstract theories to my terrifying experiences. The whispers were telepathic broadcasts across this dimensional membrane. The metallic sweet smell was the entity's unique atmospheric signature, its breath. The tendrils were its physical manifestations, conduits for its will. My psychic connection to the anomaly was a constant point of concern and study. It was a faint hum now, like a distant, powerful engine, always present in the background of my awareness. Dr. Eris and a team of neurologists monitored me constantly. They discovered that the connection was a two-way street, albeit a very faint one. I could sometimes sense subtle shifts in the anomaly's ambient energy field, a faint resonance if it stirred. And more chillingly, it could, in turn, occasionally sense my presence, a faint ripple in the vastness of its consciousness. It's like an echo across a vast canyon, Dr. Eris told me. You shouted, and it heard. It may not know exactly who or where you are, but it knows something is different, and it will remember. This knowledge was a heavy weight. I was marked. A part of me was still tethered to that ancient horror. The brass device became the centerpiece of their research. It was an object of alien elegance, its intricate mechanisms far beyond human engineering. Dr. Eris's team meticulously disassembled it, analyzing every component, every etched sigil. They discovered it wasn't just an amplifier, it was a dimensional modulator, capable of resonating with the very fabric of the veil, of disrupting the anomaly's energetic matrix. Thorn had built something truly extraordinary, a weapon forged from forbidden knowledge. The crystals, too, were put under intense scrutiny. They were not ordinary quartz. They were geologically unique, formed under extreme pressure and in close proximity to a strong telluric nexus. They acted as powerful energy conduits, capable of storing and releasing immense power when properly stimulated. My crude glyph, combined with the nexus's power, had turned them into a devastating weapon. The agency, which I came to learn was a highly secretive division within a broader federal organization, was called the Department of Extranormal Containment, or DEC. Their mission was to investigate, contain, and if necessary, neutralize threats that defied conventional explanation. My story and Thorne's research had just elevated the anomaly to their top priority. Blackwood Forest remained under strict quarantine. Satellite imaging showed the Nexus crater, a festering wound in the earth, slowly beginning to scab over. But ground teams reported lingering, unusual energy fluctuations, and local wildlife continued to show signs of stress and mutation, a grim reminder that the anomaly's influence, though diminished, was still present. One evening, Dr. Eris summoned me to her private office. Her face was unusually somber. "We've had another incident," she said, projecting a holographic map onto her desk. It showed a remote region of the Amazon rainforest, thousands of miles from Blackwood. A small, isolated indigenous village had been found abandoned. No signs of struggle, no bodies, just absence. And faint, almost undetectable energy signatures, strikingly similar to those found in Blackwood before the Nexus was destroyed. "The anomaly is testing the waters," she explained, her voice grave. "It's decentralized now without its primary anchor, but it's still active. It's seeking new weak points, new sources of energy, new ways to manifest." My stomach clenched. This was exactly what Thorne had feared, the quiet, insidious spread. "And the connection?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Did you feel anything?" She looked at me intently. "That's the troubling part. You reported a faint echo, a subliminal pressure. Our instruments picked up a momentary surge in that background resonance, perfectly coinciding with the Amazon incident. It wasn't a direct communication, but it suggests a deeper, more pervasive presence than we first thought." The implication was clear. The anomaly was everywhere. It was a vast, sprawling consciousness, capable of exerting influence across the globe. My victory at Blackwood was merely a temporary setback for it, a localized amputation. The war was far from over. My training intensified. I spent hours in simulated environments, learning how to track energy signatures, how to deploy countermeasures, how to survive in hostile, anomalous zones. I learned hand-to-hand combat, advanced navigation, and how to operate specialized DEC equipment. I was no soldier, but I was becoming an operative, a weapon in their arsenal. Dr. Eris believed my psychic connection, while a vulnerability, could also be an asset. They experimented with enhancing it carefully, cautiously, using focused psionic amplifiers and biofeedback loops, similar in concept to Thorne's direct integration, but far more refined and controlled. The goal was to turn me into a human sensor, a living early warning system. The first few attempts were terrifying. The sheer influx of information, of alien consciousness, threatened to overwhelm my mind. I saw flashes of impossible landscapes, felt vast, ancient hunger, heard a cacophony of whispers that drove me to the brink of madness. But with each session, with Dr. Eris's guidance and the relentless focus of my training, I learned to filter, to interpret, to withstand. I learned to discern subtle shifts in the anomaly's ambient energy, a sudden spike in its hunger, a directed probing, a localized expansion. It was like learning a new, terrifying language. I could sense its distant movements, its quiet machinations. It was unsettling, but also empowering. I was no longer just reacting, I was starting to understand. One day, while reviewing satellite data of a remote Alaskan tundra, I felt it. A cold, sharp probe, like an ice pick in my mind, far more direct than the usual hum. It was brief, fleeting, but unmistakable. "It's looking for something," I whispered, my voice tight. A weakness, a focal point. Dr. Eris immediately alerted the team. Within hours, a DEC reconnaissance drone was dispatched to the exact coordinates I had pinpointed. What it found sent a chill down all our spines. A newly formed fissure in the permafrost, emitting faint, metallic sweet fumes. And within the fissure, a small, obsidian-like outcropping, glinting darkly, a nascent nexus. The anomaly was rebuilding, adapting, and it was using the same geological vulnerabilities, the same telluric convergences to manifest. My connection had given us vital early warning. A rapid deployment team was sent to Alaska, equipped with prototype disruption devices based on Thorne's technology, reverse-engineered and miniaturized. They deployed a localized energetic dampener, sealing the fissure and disrupting the nascent nexus before it could fully form. It was a success, but a stark reminder of the global nature of the threat. This success solidified my role within the DEC. I became an integral part of their research and operational teams. My insights, my connection, allowed them to anticipate the anomaly's moves, to identify new incursions before they spiraled out of control. We began to play a terrifying game of global whack-a-mole, racing across the world to shut down nascent nexuses, to contain localized outbreaks, to fight a silent, invisible war. I visited the Blackwood Forest Quarantine Zone, now a heavily fortified research facility. Dr. Eris's team had constructed a massive, subterranean research complex beneath the devastated Nexus crater. They were attempting to purify the land, to reverse the anomaly's corruption, to study the lingering energies. The fungal growth was mostly gone, but the earth remained scarred, the air still carrying a faint, unsettling tang of ozone and burnt rock. As I stood at the edge of the crater, looking down into its depths, I felt a familiar, almost overwhelming sense of triumph. I had done this. I had severed its connection. But that triumph was quickly tempered by the cold, vast knowledge of its enduring presence. My own trauma, the nightmares, the exhaustion, never fully went away, but they transformed. The raw terror was replaced by a grim determination. I was no longer a victim, I was a fighter. I was Thorne's unwitting heir, continuing his lonely, desperate crusade. One of the most unsettling aspects of my work was the slow, insidious realization that the anomaly wasn't just a force of nature. It was intelligent, not in a human sense, but with a vast, alien cunning. It learned, it adapted. Each time we disrupted a nexus, it found a new, more subtle way to manifest. Each time we developed a countermeasure, it found a new vulnerability to exploit. It's like a pathogen evolving resistance to an antibiotic, Dr. Eris observed, poring over complex data streams. We're fighting an entity that learns from every interaction, every setback. The whispers, while no longer a constant assault, would occasionally resurface, particularly when I pushed my psychic connection to its limits. They were no longer just chaotic noise. Sometimes I could almost discern patterns, faint echoes of alien thoughts, hunger, rage, a profound, ancient sense of violation. It remembered me. It knew I was the one who had wounded it. This personal connection, this intimate understanding of its rage, fueled my resolve. We began to explore more radical ideas. Thorne's journals hinted at a complete severance, not just a disruption of the anomaly's localized manifestations, but a way to sever its connection to our dimension entirely. He believed the key lay not just in disrupting the telluric energy flows, but in understanding the veil itself. Dr. Eris believed the brass device, in its fully powered, nexus-integrated state, had briefly achieved this. It hadn't just shattered the monolith, it had created a localized, temporary tear in the dimensional membrane, pulling the anomaly's manifested presence back through the veil. The implosion wasn't just destruction, it was a retraction. The problem was replicating that power without access to a fully formed nexus. The brass device, even with exotic energy sources, couldn't achieve that level of output on its own. It needed a catalyst, a raw power source of immense magnitude. We need to find a way to power the device to fully activate its dimensional modulation capabilities without bringing another nexus to critical mass, Dr. Eris concluded during a high-level briefing. Because if we do that, we risk creating a gateway, not just a disruption, and that would be catastrophic. The stakes were higher than ever. Every day the anomaly grew stronger, finding new footholds, its influence subtly spreading. Reports of strange illnesses, localized power outages, and inexplicable anxieties began to trickle in from unexpected places, not just remote wildernesses, but even small towns, quiet suburbs. It was no longer just attacking the wild places, it was encroaching on human civilization. My nights were spent studying Thorne's most obscure writings, poring over his cryptic diagrams. He spoke of harmonic frequencies, sympathetic resonance, and a dimensional key. He believed there was a way to create a focused, high-energy counter-resonance that could act as a universal disruptor, a tuning fork for the veil itself. One diagram, almost illegible, caught my eye. It showed the brass device, but not powered by crystals or a nexus. Instead, it depicted a complex array of other, smaller devices, each radiating specific energy frequencies. And at the center, a symbol I recognized from his journal entries, the Heartstone. I remembered the Heartstone. Thorne had mentioned it, almost in passing, as an artifact of immense power, a legendary component that could amplify and focus psychic and telluric energies beyond anything he could construct. He had described it as a nexus in miniature, a direct conduit to the Earth's raw power, but he had dismissed it as a myth, a piece of folklore too fantastical to be real. I brought the diagram to Dr. Eris. Her eyes widened as she studied it. "The Heartstone," she murmured. "We've found references to it in ancient texts, indigenous legends from various cultures, always associated with places of power, of spiritual significance, always described as a stone that sings or hums." "A stone that hums," I repeated, a cold knot forming in my stomach. The whispers had always been a hum, The crystals I used at the Nexus had hummed. If such a thing exists, Dr. Eris continued, it would be a power source unlike any we've ever encountered. It could potentially provide the raw energy needed to fully activate Thorn's device to achieve that complete severance. But if it was a nexus in miniature, if it hummed with raw telluric energy, it would also be a potential target, a vulnerability for the anomaly. Using it would be like holding a live wire. The DEC began a global search for the Heartstone. We pored over ancient maps, deciphered forgotten languages, consulted with anthropologists and historians. The legends were vague, contradictory, often cloaked in metaphor and allegory. But a consistent theme emerged. The Heartstone was protected, hidden in a place of profound solitude, guarded by guardians or by the earth itself. My psychic connection became crucial. I started using it to sift through the vast amount of data, feeling for faint echoes of resonance, for places where the Earth's energy felt uniquely concentrated, uniquely alive. It was like searching for a specific note in a symphony of static. Weeks turned into months. The anomaly's global incursions continued, growing bolder, more frequent. We were constantly reacting, containing, disrupting. But we weren't winning. We were just delaying the inevitable. The whispers in my mind were no longer just echoes. They were starting to coalesce, to form vague, menacing impulses. The anomaly was growing stronger, its awareness of me sharpening. Then one stormy night, as I was reviewing ancient Siberian shamanic texts, I felt it. A profound, resonant thrum, far more powerful than anything I had ever encountered, even at Blackwood. It wasn't just in my head, it vibrated through my bones, through the very air. I gasped, clutching my head. There, I cried, pointing a trembling finger at the holographic map. It's there, deep within the Altai Mountains. Dr. Eris rushed to my side, her face alight with a fierce mix of excitement and trepidation. Are you sure? It's unmistakable, I said, my voice hoarse. It's singing, like a deep, ancient bell. The Altai Mountains, a remote, rugged range spanning Russia, Mongolia, China, and Kazakhstan, were known as a spiritual nexus, a place of profound geological and historical significance. Legends spoke of hidden valleys, sacred sites, and ancient powers. If the Heartstone existed, this was where it would be. A high-priority expedition was immediately assembled. Dr. Eris would lead the scientific team, and I, along with a specialized DEC tactical unit, would be part of the advance party. This wasn't just a search and rescue mission. It was a desperate gamble, a race against time. The journey to the Altai Mountains was arduous. The terrain was brutal, the weather unforgiving. We traveled by specialized aircraft, then by armored all-terrain vehicles, and finally on foot through snow-capped peaks and treacherous passes. My ankle, though healed, still ached with the strain. As we approached the target coordinates, the psychic hum in my head intensified, becoming a pervasive, almost overwhelming presence. It wasn't the menacing whispers of the anomaly. It was something else, something pure and ancient, a deep, resonant pulse that resonated with the very core of the earth, the Heartstone. The DEC team was a diverse group, seasoned operatives, brilliant scientists, and myself, the traumatized hiker turned unwilling oracle. We were all bound by a common, terrifying purpose. We established a base camp in a hidden valley, nestled between towering, jagged peaks. The air here was thin, crisp, charged with an almost palpable energy. The silence was profound, broken only by the howl of the wind and the rhythmic beat of my own heart. From our camp, I could sense the Heartstone's presence directly ahead, deep within a labyrinthine cave system at the base of the highest peak. It was calling to me, a silent, powerful beckoning. Dr. Eris laid out the plan. The Heartstone is our last hope for a permanent solution. We believe it can power Thorn's device, not just to disrupt a nexus, but to create a pulse that could sever the anomaly's entire connection to our dimension, to effectively close the veil. But it's also a beacon, I added, my voice tight. The anomaly will be drawn to it. It will try to claim it. Exactly, she confirmed, her gaze hardening, which means we'll be walking into a trap. This will be the anomaly's attempt to regain a central anchor, a new nexus far more powerful than Blackwood. We must not let that happen. Our mission, retrieve the Heartstone, bring it back to the improvised lab at base camp, integrate it with Thorn's device, and activate the Veil Severance protocol, all while fighting off a potentially unified and enraged anomaly. The tactical team began their sweep of the cave entrance, setting up defensive positions, deploying sensors. The air grew colder, the light dimmer as we approached the maw of the mountain. The ground beneath our feet felt alive, throbbing with the Heartstone's ancient pulse. As we entered the cave system, the familiar metallic sweet smell began to assert itself, faint at first, then growing stronger. The anomaly was here. It had anticipated our arrival. It was waiting. The cave walls were slick with an unfamiliar, dark moisture. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the rock, pulsing with an eerie green light. The temperature plummeted. The whispers returned, no longer just a hum, but a low, guttural growl, a promise of ancient fury. Sensors are picking up elevated energy readings, a comms operative reported, his voice tense, and movement not human. I gripped the modified brass device, now encased in a hardened alloy shell designed for field deployment. It hummed softly in my hand, a counter-resonance against the growing malevolence. The crystals, too, were in my pack ready. We moved deeper into the mountain's core, the air growing thick, oppressive. The luminous fungi multiplied, forming vast, glowing carpets, illuminating impossible caverns. We were walking into the anomaly's lair, into its newly claimed territory. Suddenly, the cavern ahead opened into a massive, cathedral-like space, and there, at its center, bathed in the strange green glow of the fungi, was the Heartstone. It was immense, a towering monolith of deep, obsidian-like stone, larger than any crystal I had seen, pulsating with an internal white luminescence. Its surface was impossibly smooth, etched with swirling natural patterns that seemed to shift and flow. And around it, like a shroud, writhed the tendrils of the anomaly, thicker, darker, more numerous than anything I had encountered in Blackwood. Hundreds of glowing eyes, scarlet in the green light, fixed on us. The air thrummed with raw power. The Heartstone was a true nexus, a point where the very fabric of dimensions was thin, and the anomaly was actively trying to integrate with it, to merge, to create a new, infinitely more powerful anchor. It's almost fully integrated, Dr. Aris exclaimed, her voice strained. We're too late. No, I shouted, the word echoing through the cavern. We're not. The anomaly surged forward, a tidal wave of shadow and eyes, erupting from the Heartstone's base, faster, more coordinated than before. It was protecting its new prize, its new heart. The DEC tactical unit opened fire, their specialized energy weapons cutting through the tendrils, dissolving them into clouds of dark smoke. But for every tendril destroyed, two more erupted, seemingly endless. We were outnumbered, outgunned. Get to the Heartstone, Dr. Eris yelled, already running forward, pulling out a portable energy scanner. We need to get the device connected. I ran with her, dodging the thrashing tendrils, the metallic sweet smell choking me. My psychic connection was a blinding roar now, the anomaly's rage and hunger directly flooding my mind. It knew I was here. It remembered. One of the tactical operatives was swarmed, pulled down into the writhing mass of shadow, his screams cut short. Another was struck by a powerful tendril, thrown against the cavern wall with a sickening crack. We were losing. The anomaly, empowered by the Heartstone, was too strong, too vast. We reached the base of the Heartstone, the stone radiating immense heat and energy. Dr. Eris fumbled with the connection cables from Thorn's device, trying to attach them to a pre-identified energy conduit point on the stone. Her hands trembled, fear etched on her face. "It's too much energy," she yelled over the din of battle, the crackle of energy weapons, and the anomaly's guttural growl. "The device can't handle the direct input without a modulator." "We need the crystals," I shouted, tearing open my pack, fumbling for the pouch. They were the amplifiers, the buffers. I pulled out the remaining crystals, now glowing with a faint, internal light, responding to the Heartstone's proximity. They were still inert without proper activation, but their innate conductive properties might be enough. "The device needs to be connected to the Heartstone, but the crystals need to be integrated into the device as a buffer," I explained, my mind racing, remembering Thorn's makeshift integration, the jar, the direct input. Dr. Eris nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. A controlled, distributed integration. It could work. But how? The device was designed for a single crystal shard. We had multiple, larger crystals. "The conduits," I shouted, pointing to a series of secondary input ports Dr. Eris's team had added to the modified brass device, their attempts to improve its functionality. They were smaller, designed for supplemental energy cells, but perhaps. I grabbed a fistful of crystals and with desperate speed began to jam them into the additional ports, forcing them in, splintering some in the process. Each crystal, as it connected, flared to life, feeding the device, its light merging with the internal glow. The device began to hum, then to thrum, building to a roar far more powerful than in Blackwood. Its brass casing heated, glowing with internal white and emerald light. It was coming alive. But the anomaly knew. It sensed the rising threat. It redirected its full force towards us, a solid wall of tendrils, eyes blazing with furious intent. The remaining tactical operatives fought bravely, but they were being overwhelmed. "It's almost ready," Dr. Eris yelled, her face strained, as she completed the last cable connection from the device to the Heartstone. "But we need more time." I looked at the encroaching tendrils, at the desperate faces of the remaining operatives. We didn't have more time. My mind, flooded with the anomaly's rage and the Heartstone's ancient power, made a terrible, unavoidable connection. The lingering psychic link, the buffer, the two-way street. If the crystals were the physical conduits, then my mind, my connection, could be the psychic modulator. "Dr. Eris," I yelled, the direct integration, but this time through me. Her eyes widened in horror. "No, it'll overwhelm you. It'll burn you out, or worse, turn you into a conduit for it." "There's no other way," I screamed, as the first tendril lashed out, narrowly missing my head. "Give me the primary trigger." She hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then, seeing the futility of our situation, pushed the primary activation switch into my hand. It was a large, obsidian button, cold and smooth. I grasped the now roaring brass device, its power surging through me, its heat almost unbearable. The crystals embedded in its ports pulsed with blinding light. The heartstone, now fully connected, fed it raw, undiluted telluric energy. And then, with a guttural cry, I focused my mind, pushed past the pain, past the terror, and reached out. I extended my psychic connection, a raw, uncontrolled bridge between the device, the heartstone, and the anomaly itself. The feedback was instantaneous and cataclysmic. A surge of pure, raw energy, amplified by the heartstone and channeled by Thorn's device, exploded through my consciousness. It was a burning inferno, tearing through my mind, through every cell of my body. The anomaly's rage, its vast, ancient mind, collided with the counter-resonance, and I was caught in the middle. I screamed, a sound ripped from the depths of my soul, as my vision exploded into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors and shapes. The veil itself seemed to tear open before my eyes, revealing glimpses of dimensions beyond human comprehension. My consciousness fractured, dissolving into the overwhelming force. I was no longer a person. I was a conduit, a living modulator, a bridge between worlds. I felt the Heartstone's ancient, benevolent power, pure and resonant, rushing through me. And I felt the anomaly's vast, malevolent consciousness, its agonizing pain, its furious thrashing as the disruptive energy coursed through its very being. With a final, desperate act of will, I pressed the primary trigger. The brass device, now a literal sun in my hands, unleashed a beam of pure, focused anti-force. It didn't just strike the anomaly's manifested tendrils. It struck the very fabric of the veil itself, resonating with the Heartstone's core frequency. A wave of pure, disruptive energy exploded outwards, not with a sound, but with a tearing, vibrating silence that ripped at the very fabric of reality. The tendrils didn't recoil. They simply ceased to exist, dissolving into nothingness. The glowing eyes sputtered out, hundreds of them like stars extinguished. The Heartstone, which had been pulsating with such immense power, suddenly dimmed, its internal light receding, becoming merely a large, dark stone once more. The vast cavern, previously illuminated by the bioluminescent fungi, plunged into near-total darkness, the fungi themselves shriveling, their light dying. The metallic sweet smell vanished, replaced by a clean, sharp scent of ozone, like the aftermath of a lightning strike. Then a profound, absolute silence descended upon the cavern, a silence so heavy, so complete, that it felt like the world had stopped breathing. I collapsed, the device falling from my numb fingers, clattering uselessly on the stone floor. My body was convulsing, my mind a blank slate of shattered thoughts, raw agony, and profound, terrifying emptiness. The psychic connection, which had been a roaring inferno, was now a cold, dead void. I lay there, breathing shallow, ragged gasps, my muscles spasming uncontrollably. My eyes, still wide and dilated, stared blankly at the dim outlines of the cavern's ceiling. Had I done it, had I truly severed the connection, had I closed the veil? Dr. Aris was kneeling beside me, her face pale, her hands trembling as she checked my pulse. "He's alive," she whispered, her voice filled with a profound mixture of relief and horror. "Barely." The tactical operatives, those who remained, slowly picked themselves up, their faces grim, their eyes wide with shock. The cavern was littered with the spent casings of energy cells, the air still thick with the acrid scent of ozone and burnt rock. But the anomaly was gone. The tendrils, the eyes, the pervasive menace, all gone. They carefully moved me to awaiting medical transport, my body burning with a fever, my mind still adrift in a sea of fractured images and overwhelming silence. The psychic connection was truly gone. The hum, the whispers, the underlying pressure, all vanished. It was an emptiness that was both terrifying and liberating. The Heartstone, now inert, was secured and carefully transported back to base camp for further study. It was a relic of immense power, a testament to the Earth's ancient energy, and the catalyst for our impossible victory. Back at the base camp, as I lay in the medical bay, slowly recovering, Dr. Eris explained the aftermath. The veil severance protocol worked, she said, her voice filled with awe. The energy pulse resonated with the dimensional membrane itself, creating a localized, sustained closure. It effectively sealed off that particular pathway for the anomaly. We believe this is a permanent severance, at least from that specific point. And the anomaly, I managed to croak, my throat raw. It's retreated, she confirmed, her expression grim. The global incursions have ceased. The energy signatures have flatlined. It's gone for now. For now, I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. Thorn was right, she sighed. You can't truly kill something that isn't fully in our dimension, but you can drive it back, sever its connections. We believe the veil is mostly closed for now. It may find new ways, new weak points in centuries, in millennia, but for our time, the threat has been neutralized. I closed my eyes, a profound sense of exhaustion settling over me. It was over. The war was won, for now. But the silence in my mind, the absence of the anomaly's vast consciousness, was unnerving. It was a silence that spoke of a deep, profound change within me. The connection was broken, but something fundamental had been ripped away. A part of my consciousness, however terrible, had been connected to something vast and ancient, and now that connection was gone. My recovery was slow. Physically, I was healing. Psychologically, I was learning to live in a world without the constant hum, without the whispers, without the metallic sweet smell. I was learning to be just me again, a civilian, a human, but I was changed, irrevocably. The DEC continued its work, monitoring the globe for any signs of the anomaly's return, studying the Heartstone and reverse engineering Thorn's device to understand its full potential. I was still part of their team, now as a consultant, an expert, a living testament to the impossible. I visited Thorn's shack, or rather, what was left of it. The DEC had carefully excavated the site, recovering more of his research, his journals, his forgotten experiments. The land around it was still scarred, but the pervasive sense of dread was gone. It was just a quiet, lonely clearing in the woods again. As I stood there looking at the remnants of his life, I understood his sacrifice, his loneliness, his unwavering resolve. He had fought this battle alone for so long. I wasn't alone. I had Dr. Eris, the DEC, an entire organization. But the burden of knowledge, of knowing what lurked beyond the veil, was still a heavy one. Life slowly began to normalize, or at least, a new normal emerged. I still felt a profound responsibility, a watchful vigilance. The silence in my mind was a constant reminder. It was a fragile peace, a temporary reprieve. Years passed, the world returned to its complacent rhythm. The occasional, unexplained phenomenon would surface, always investigated by the DEC, but none ever reached the scale or malevolence of the anomaly. The veil remained closed. I settled into a quiet life, far from the public eye. I became a scholar, a teacher, a hidden expert in a world that didn't know it was protected. I taught at a specialized DEC academy, training new recruits in theoretical physics and xenogeology, subtly preparing them for threats they hoped would never materialize again. My days were quiet, reflective. I found solace in the mundane, in the simple beauty of the everyday. I hiked, I read, I spent time in nature, reclaiming the peace that Blackwood Forest had almost stolen from me. But sometimes, when the wind howled just right, or when the shadows stretched long at dusk, a flicker of memory would return. A metallic tang on the air, a phantom hum in my ears, a brief, unsettling glimpse of eyes in the darkness. It was a reminder, a warning. One late autumn evening, as I sat by the window in my quiet cabin, a familiar restlessness stirred within me. It wasn't the anomaly, it was something else. A subtle shift in the world's energy, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. I picked up my old hiking stick, the one I had found in the Blackwood Lookout Tower, worn smooth by years of use. My gaze drifted to the ancient map of Blackwood Forest, still hanging on my wall, its markings faded but distinct.